evil dumb knife.
Evil dumb knife? Oh, right, your funny knife.
Right, the knife that was in your dad.
I should probably get some like actual
Detail.
stats on that at some point.
Yeah, you should.
What if it's cursed?
Could be.
Oh, and we also lost Frey's special knife too, didn't we?
Yeah,
a
we
special
did.
knife.
Yeah, Frey had a special, really cool knife.
Oh, neat.
It was a gutting knife.
Oh, yeah, that one.
And it
That
did,
he
like-
used to murder that woman.
Just the knife for fun, the fun knife. The knife that's
Didn't it
fun.
also do like bonus damage?
I think it did, but like I never used it.
It was like precisely murderous, so it dealt like it made it harder to do the save if you attempted to assassinate someone. Real quick, last thing I want to bring up before we get started on the docket. I woke up early today because my neighbor decided at 9:30 that it was time to take a chainsaw to his palm trees. And I had the window open because it was nice out last night and this morning. So it wasn't like just my neighbor. It was like my neighbor and my other neighbor who they were like yelling back and forth about what they wanted done, and they wouldn't turn the chainsaw off. So it would be like, yeah, all right, can you get that one? I'm not sure, I can't reach it. And this happened for about 2 hours.
Is that what people sound like in Florida?
Yeah.
Yes.
Why don't you sound like that?
Yeah.
He does. What do you mean? Wait, are you okay, Alex?
Shut up.
It's very funny to me that Mira has so much encumbrance and doesn't carry anything.
I could
That is
carry
pretty
the
funny.
furniture.
Carry my extra stuff.
No.
Zuko, right?
Yeah, so I still can't sell you on Samar getting a tower shield, huh?
No. If I could have a shield that didn't look like a shield at all, I would do that. So
A funny cape.
Honestly, that's a vibe. That's Summer's vibe. So
I mean, unfortunately,
great.
it is, you know, you already have something for armor, so.
I know.
I don't know what I'm doing next week yet. That's gonna be fun to find out.
What is that?
What I'm gonna be updating. Like,
Oh.
I don't. Maybe next week it's time for a new theme song. We've been on this one for a while.
Wait, should I be carrying a song now?
You can just change the theme song to Patricio's theme song from Octopath.
No, I can't. I don't. The whole reason
think that would be
I use.
Right, I
copyright
know.
claim.
Copyrighted music.
Yeah. That's the whole reason I don't, because when I started recording, remember the story. We'll go over it in the clownge at some point, William. But
Sure.
remember why I started recording? Because someone was gonna miss a session, and I recorded it, and I couldn't upload it to YouTube because they copyright struck and muted a bunch of it, like 80% of it. So I had to find a really crappy web host. So I can't use any copyrighted music because then I can't reference past sessions except on my hard drive.
Mm.
After the investigation and the incident at Corval, the loss of Rowan, the party, the Fortunes Accord, made their way as best they could from Artivishte with a new ally, Samar, and bringing Cassie, Molly, Captain Wallace, Roland, and William Abney, and of course Henrietta with them. You all made your way back to Milo Harbor after Abney gave up his job and was willing to throw caution to the wind and hope that this was the life he needed. Hope that love would spring eternal here on the road of danger. But things were not as they seemed, and Captain Wallace and his crew were not as they seemed. He rescued? Coerced? He created a tense alliance with Osmond McBrennan, and you all sailed, finding out that this wasn't McBrennan's idea, and Wallace's crew aren't quite human. Can't say for sure. And there are other things going on. What could it be? Who could really say at this point, but there is certainly something strange going on with Captain Wallace, and he seems to have plans beyond your wildest imaginations. But for your part, he needed reliable people who could head somewhere and find something. So Fortuny Soul you ended up in. While Captain Wallace had added Cassie and Molly to his crew, Osmond McBrennan came with you lot. He seemed to have another job for him, and unfortunately, or fortunately, McBrennan was arrested immediately after arriving in Fortuny Soul. The rest of you went to meet with the contact, one Lawrence Beckett, a former shipmate of Captain Wallace who was apparently well-trusted and incredibly dangerous. But for the night, you went out drinking, you discussed, you had conversations, you got to know and figure out if you were going to trust this person. And eventually came to a tense agreement of, well, we need to help Frey with whatever this is, and, well, Captain Wallace isn't gonna screw me over. The actual head of the Leopards Eating Faces party, Captain Asher Wallace. But I digress. Come morning, the meeting happened at the Guarantine Estate, where tensions were... The air was strange. First, it was Lawrence's contact, Gerald Gervin, also known as Gary, who seemed to have the information, and shortly after, Captain Wallace. The arguing and tempers flared, but in the end, Wallace was willing to throw down considerable coin and just wanted to see it done. He gave you a month and change to do so. After he left, Mira, not quite sure, doing a quick scan of the room, of everything in it, you found some sort of arcane aura coming from the pile of coin. And it is here, as you are observing this lovely kitchen breakfast nook, that I would ask unto you all. Once more, of course. Oh. Samar, Frey, Garrett, Lawrence, Mira. What are you guys doing?
I would like to find out what exactly the magical thing is. Like, if I have to pour it out.
It's in a bag that Lauren's counted out some coins in. It's like on the table now.
Yes.
Is it the bag itself or something inside of it?
It is something inside of it.
Pardon me. I'll just, like... If I have to pour it out, then I'll pour it out.
You just walk over and pour out the coin. And Lawrence, you watch your 5 minutes of work go down the drain. Well, not completely, but the coins scatter across the dining room table.
There are several blinks. He looks at her as...
Sorry, there's something strange here. Let me just... Can I find it?
Yeah, you spend a moment shifting through, and you find one of the coins giving off a small, faint arcane aura.
May I identify it and get a 1 sense description as per my thingy? Which is
per your thingy.
It's the last thing in chat currently.
I know. Yes, it seems to have some sort of incantation about location or divining information. You can get more with a wisdom magic skill check.
I would like to attempt.
Be my guest.
Hell yeah.
You focus for a moment. All of your energies, all of your arcane knowledge and you are able to almost read the wisps of energy coming off of it and intuit them into something resembling Parisian words. And this coin seems to be connected to someone, and the location of the coin will be known at all times. And by someone, I mean not necessarily. It's connected to something else. And yeah.
So, okay.
In modern terms, it is some sort of GPS device.
A tracking device.
Yes.
You got it. So this.
Spend it. Throw it.
Well, actually, who's in the room? Who's in the room?
Everyone?
Everyone's
Everyone?
Still here,
Everyone.
Gary's still here.
He's lounging near his box of money in the main hall. In the dining
Right.
room, I believe.
Okay. So this one right here, Amir will like put a finger on it and like slide it away from the others. It has some sort of connection to something else, maybe someone else. I'm not sure, but its location will be known by. I'm gonna assume it's someone instead of something, because how could something have a knowledge of where something is?
Okay.
That
do you
could
think
be an
Wallace-
incorrect assumption, but
You think maybe Wallace is the person on the other end of that coin?
shrug. I mean,
Well, if
seems like he would know about that sort of thing. Maybe?
And seems like
Summer
a
is
reasonable
good.
conclusion.
was it like a
Yeah.
what denomination is the coin again?
It is a silver piece.
Okay, so that's something that we could easily use to trade for, supplies for this trip.
I
You
think
just-
Summer is going to grab the silver and sort of make eye contact with everyone, but not really waiting for acknowledgement or anything, and is going to walk to the front door, open it, and chuck it as hard as I can.
Give me.
I was thinking we just sell it or we trade it for goods, and then it just
fuck
stays
that.
with whoever it's at.
Give me a strength
Nah, fuck
exert.
that.
Oh.
I could do it.
Smart
let's
grabbed it. Yeah.
Let Summer do it.
You launch it, and you don't get a really good. It kind of rolls off the end of your finger, and it makes it about shortly past it lands somewhere in the middle of the road.
Well,
Somebody will pick it up. Coin in the
I
middle of
look
the
back
road,
at-
someone will pick it up.
I look back at the rest of them. I'm like, okay, look, strength isn't my strong suit, but you get the point. And I will walk back and I will put one of my own silver pieces in the pile.
I was
Well, may not
Okay.
be strength, but theatrics certainly are up there.
well, why don't
No.
we just spend it? It would have the same result.
I
Well,
don't
shrugs.
trust that the magical effect doesn't have some dumb freaky shit associated with it. I'm not they want us to spend it. Obviously they accounted for the fact, whoever it is accounted for the fact that it's money, it could be spent. So I don't want to do that.
Then whoever picks it up is probably going to spend it, and whatever the magical freaky thing that's going to happen is going to happen to them too. Just throwing it out there. But
Fine.
Would I know? Would I know about such a thing, given my ability?
Yeah, it doesn't seem to have. It just seems to be, as
I
I
mean-
said. Yeah.
I don't feel like it has any other ability like that, but kind of shrugs.
I mean, it's one silver piece. I think it's, when we have 500 here, it just feels like why mess around with it? I mean, look, it's right. I didn't throw it very far. So if somebody feels very strongly otherwise, they're welcome to go get it. But
I mean, as long as it's not with us when we leave, I'm fine with it. Unless, of course, this is what Wallace is trying to use to keep track of us to make sure that we're actually looking for it so that he doesn't go and burn down, and he'll point over at Gary, so he doesn't go and burn down your vineyard.
Miss Tyrell, do you mind? Lawrence gestures to the pile and the bag.
There's nothing else in there that's suspect.
He's gonna go back.
As far as I know.
He's gonna go back and recount the pile.
Sorry.
What about in the chest itself? I mean, it was it was Mr. Garvin here who was given
Please, it's Garvin.
Garvin. Oh, apologies. It was Mr. Garvin here who was given the magical coin. Are there others in the chest?
I would know.
Nope.
No.
So you think that someone just... He just kind of like... Garvin just kind of like purses his lips and just kind of looks over the coin and the chest and... Does that feel like a Captain Wallace move? Hoping that we're going to keep that with us.
Call the man many things, but he's usually fairly careful.
I agree with that.
Well, maybe. And I guess Frey's gonna walk out the door to the middle of the street and pick up this coin.
You start to head out there. As you do, Garvin just kind of shakes his head. What if there's someone else? On to Captain Wallace. What if it was never meant for us?
Under his breath, Lawrence will mention.
Lawrence will mention.
Did that not come across?
Nothing at all.
Under his breath, he comments, his rat.
His rat or he's rat?
He's rat. The rat he was looking
presumably.
For. Okay.
I suppose that's possible. I mean, given that I don't think it was any of us. There could be someone else.
When Frey picks up the coin, does he get anything from it, from his emotional resonance?
As you head out there, I would like you to give me a luck save.
Okay.
Are you gonna get hit by a car?
You didn't say you're looking both ways, Ross.
Ew.
They might now.
You start to head down, and someone kind of like not cuts you off, but like notices it and like stops and picks it up as you're like going through the gate to the street. And it is the oft, I don't even know how to describe it, oft imitated, never replaced Chester Garantine. Who stands up.
So we wouldn't have to talk to him.
What was that?
Was the luck save just so we wouldn't have to talk to him?
No, it was whether or not I was like, I don't know, Frey. Like Chester was gonna be getting here in the morning after the meeting, and you know, unless the meeting went really long. So I was like, you know what, this will be fun. So yeah, you he bends down, he grabs it and like turns, like walking in your direction. He just, oh, hello. What? Wasn't Alex, you good?
Mira's putting up the dishes.
I'm just clanking and clonking. Don't worry about it.
Wasn't, Magnus didn't say we were going to be having company. How is, hello. And, like, at this point, he just comes forward and shakes your hand. He is still wearing fancy clothing, though he is wearing a fairly simple cloak on top of it.
Yeah, so Frey will shake his hand, giving an almost apologetic smile, and, yes, I'm afraid we dropped in a little unexpectedly yesterday.
Oh. That, seems to happen more and more these days. What do you lot, you all back? What are you doing? Got something in need of Magnus, or? You know, he has done nothing but talk about you since you left. Every time I talk to him, it's Frey this, Frey that, Frey.
Well, I'm afraid that we're only in town for a short while.
Well, do at least placate him a little bit. I can't be dealing with this all the time. I'm sick of being the shoulder to cry on. There are better things I could be doing.
Oh, well, I certainly didn't mean to put you out any. Well,
He just kind of holds a hand up and shakes it and, like, walks past you, like, you know, like, not rude, but he, like, walks past you like he's trying to get inside as well.
yeah, so I guess we'll turn and follow him. But yes, don't worry, I'm hoping to sort things out with Magnus.
He just kind of, like, throws his cloak up on a hook near the door, and where is Magnus anyway? We were supposed to be having lunch today.
Did he not show up?
I'm here, am I not?
Oh, I thought you were meeting him out for lunch. I forget, where did Magnus say where he was going?
He was going to work. Yeah.
Okay.
He was going to
thank
the
you.
blue people or something?
Yeah, the
Soldier of
soldiers
the
of the blue. Well, he actually left for work a little while ago.
He kind of furrows his brow and supposed to be working today. He specifically made sure he wasn't going to be needed today because we had something we needed to discuss regarding our sister. And he kind of, like, looks around and eventually, like, eventually his eyes fall to Mira and, oh, Miss Mira, it seems your arrival was none too soon. This is the cleanest I've seen the home since shortly after you left.
Well, I couldn't do nothing.
He just gives a little silent nod at that. So, once again, the lovely Guarantine estate is a full service inn for every one of Miss Mira's and Magnus's friends. And he kind of looks over
That is
and
usually what having friends entails.
he kind of, like, he doesn't quite ignore you, like, he acknowledges it but doesn't respond. Eventually he gets to Garvin and, well, who's this old fuck? And
Chester kind of, like, glares at him
he
a
looks
little.
back at you. Oh, come on. He is an old fuck. Look at him. Can't be a day under 80. And,
It's a silent nod of approval from Lawrence.
At this
And
point-
a bemused smirk from where he's sitting.
At this point, Garvin, oh, fucking day over 80. Listen, I might be an old fuck. And he turns to Mira. I let the boy off that. I'm a bit of an old fuck. More than that,
I didn't raise him to be rude to guests.
well, you didn't raise me quite all that much at all, did you, Miss Mira?
She looks down.
Maybe if you didn't leave, this wouldn't have been a problem, but you did.
Now she just looks guilty.
And
I think Summer speaks up and is like, I'm sorry. Are you suggesting that your bad manners are her fault?
I'm suggesting that I shouldn't be judged for something that I didn't have control over. My parents had entrusted me to Miss Mira
You have control over
for
her
my
right now.
upbringing and learning, and anything that did not happen from that, because, let me be very clear. Handling myself, my dreadful, dreadful sisters, menaces that they are, and Magnus, was no easy feat, and there was no one else outside of Miss Mira who could ever even hope to have handled it. Coin be damned. Frankly, I think all of us would have been out on the streets, lost and dying without the guidance that Miss Mira was able to give us.
I didn't stay gone because I wanted to. I thought we talked about that.
Yes, we did. I'm sorry, Miss Mira. And he looks almost guilty for a second and then turns back. As for the old fuck. And then he turns to Lawrence. And this... And like, he just like motions
go on, I'll wait.
at you.
Take your time. Give me your worst. I'm here.
What
Ready for
the
it?
fuck is that on your face?
He twirls his mustache. He'll adjust his glasses. He'll grab his nose, grab an ear. What are you referring to?
I'm referring to... And he immediately just turns his attention away from you as if immediately getting bored because you didn't respond with any kind of anger. Where is Rohan? That fuck has given my brother the worst weapon on the planet with that damned pillow that he seems to give me almost every night I stay here. I need to get even with him.
Well, I'm glad that he's using the pillow properly. However, Rohan's dead.
Of course he is. So when will he be arriving?
No, he's dead. He bled out in Corval.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. He seemed to match my brother's energy very well. I don't know what... At this point, he goes over and starts eating cold bacon without saying another word. Takes about 3 bites, and then... I need to grab some things from upstairs. Don't let me interrupt. He just kind of motions around. Whatever this is. And he quickly begins to head upstairs without another word.
We want to get back the coin.
I think Freya's been a little distracted from that.
I think if you were worried about the coin having negative effects, I think it found a nice home.
Lawrence is also very amused by this. He's been amused since this douche walked in.
I'm sorry he tried to blame... He keeps trying to blame his lack of manners on you, Mira. That's not your fault.
Well, he was 8 years old when so. I don't know how much his parents have been around since then.
Parents know someone's actions are their own, not yours, Miss Tyrell.
Exactly.
She
And
kind of bows her head a little bit, like...
one's own actions are their own, and the consequences are as well. Maybe he'll learn someday, or not.
Speaking of actions and consequences, Wallace mentioned that you're maybe the most dangerous person he's ever sailed with. What was that about?
Oh, just you can't help but laugh. He laughs. It's like it's a good hearty chuckle, but then he more seriously excuse me. He seriously considers for a few moments. Well, I mean, I don't think I was more dangerous than anyone else on that ship. There were certainly plenty who would more than readily beat me in a fair fight. Though he might have been referring to proximity and potential danger, something along those lines.
Do you excel in the unfair fights then?
I suppose I have some experience, you could say. Though as far as what I'm actually referring to, I was the cook on the ship. And so, any
was he
given
saying
time...
you can't cook worth a damn?
No, I believe he's implying of what I could have put in the food.
Oh,
At any given time, half the crew was eating. Morning meal or evening meal.
Fair enough. Back in my day in the brigades, we've had our share of poor cooks, so I wasn't sure if that's what he was referring to. If that's the case, then
No, that would be Mr. Mori, but I fixed that as soon as I could.
in the same way you're saying you could have fixed everyone else's meals, or
No, as in whenever he put his hands on something, I told him to wash them first.
Oh my God.
oof, yeah.
I just realized something.
Currently
Summer
runs...
has no
Go ahead.
Summer has no way of. Oh, sorry. I just realized something, but Summer has no way of knowing this twist. But is this fucker the guy who sold the poison to the murder mystery dude the first time around?
Poison.
William doesn't know what
say-
you're talking about.
I mean, I can't say any of this. Summer wasn't there, so. But
The poison that poisoned Rohan on the trip the first time.
Lawrence would then go on to mention, and nowadays he's giving people food poisoning out of Ceres, so, well, he's doing okay, at least compared to some of my old crewmates.
No, that would be way too much of a coincidence. Never mind. Why, well, the last time we left Fortuny Sol, we ran into a bout of poisoning on our trip to Mailu Harbor, and if that was your weapon du jour there, wasn't sure if maybe you happened to sell a little something to a crewmate that we ran into.
I sell mostly spices, sometimes some custom-made furniture, paintings here and there. It's nice. I got my hands on nice porcelain not long ago. Well, I say not long. It was like 3 years ago at this point. But no, I've not been doing much in the means of actual business for the better part of 2 years now. I actually had a bit of a personal venture that ended in, a loss, frankly, but it could be worse. That lasted for some time. And that was right before this current venture. So no, I've not been doing anything like that. No, I certainly have been a cook in quite some time.
It just the coincidence would have been quite interesting. But anyways, I think at this point, maybe a little shopping for some supplies might be due, and Samara, I was thinking maybe we could check in on Zane.
yes, absolutely.
While we're here.
I would love to.
Before that, for the sake of those supplies, how many people are coming along? Is it just those present, or are there any others? Just how big is the, Fortune's Accord?
I think we'll probably travel easier the smaller the crew. Maybe just the domain of us. I don't know if Frey, if you'd like for Abney to come along with us or not, but it may be easier for us to make our way through the forest with a smaller crew.
At this point, Abney just... well, I mean, if nothing else, I would love to, but, And he tries his best to put on a genuine smile, but it's like painting him. Already know I'm not much of a fighter. I'm not much of anything when it comes to getting in there, and this certainly sounds like it's going to be a lot. Perhaps I can wait here at Fortuny Soul for you, or somewhere else.
You seem to get on with Magnus pretty well. I know Mira would probably feel better if you helped keep him out of trouble, right? Garrett says, looking over at Mira.
Mira gives everybody like a very wan little smile.
Frey looks away a little awkwardly.
Well, it's settled then. I'll be the Fortune's Accord quartermaster here in the city for now.
Oh, actually, we do have some property registered. If you want to be the court, I just thought of that. Yes. Well, we don't really have the money for it.
I'm sorry. This was. Refresh my memory. What do you mean?
Property we're out of.
So we happen to be the sole owners of Riverstone Keep.
Does that
just northeast of Dallaford.
It is a highly unpleasant place.
It's a bit of a fixer-upper.
What does Larry know what that even means?
I mean, it's a keep. Never heard of Riverstone.
So there's a keep somewhere, essentially.
Yeah.
Near Dallaford.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dallaford's nice.
We came into some property the last time we were around this area. There's a few bodies there that probably haven't been cleared out. I'm not saying that you need to be doing that, but I don't even know how we would go about getting that repaired or anything like that. But
I mean, at this point, Abney, like Abney is like chomping at the bit. But go ahead, William.
I'm sorry. There were bodies. Was it attacked?
Well, it was attacked during the Black Sun, and that's where we Mira was being held captive there. That's where we found and rescued her. And there were some other things going on there.
It was infested with unpleasant things.
Yeah. But they shouldn't be there anymore. I'm pretty sure we cleared all that out.
Okay, so I don't imagine the likes of you would simply just squat in the fort. Is this genuinely your property?
Oh yeah, no, it's our property. It's registered to Fortune's Accord.
And what do you? You said
there's
still corpses. What are you doing with it?
Nothing yet.
I'm sorry. So you're paying out taxes. You're paying taxes on a property you're doing nothing with.
We just cleared it out not that long ago. It was
just
how
before
out of character. It was not even months ago, right?
Yeah, it was months ago.
Yeah.
It was probably like
less than half a year ago, I think, even.
Well, I'd certainly recommend doing something with that before the year is up. You don't want to be paying on a property that's just sitting there.
Technically, we haven't paid any taxes or anything for it. It was yet.
He did say he was covering it for the first year payments.
Yes.
So, but just in case it wasn't clear at the time, the decrepit town of Riverstone as well that was abandoned is also yours.
We have a
perfect,
town.
Yeah. So we have a town and a keyboard. Or not a keyboard. I'm sorry. I saw the,
Oh my god.
I saw the chat.
All right. Okay, I get it. I'll mute.
No. I saw the chat. It's not. It wasn't actually your typing. I was slurping water earlier at that, and my icon was lighting up, so y'all heard that.
Fine.
But yeah. So yeah, we are the owners. We are the actual legitimate owners of this. It just so happens that we helped the current quartermaster for the Soldiers of the Blue with a personal issue, and in return, he gave us the deeds to this property.
Well, should you ever need a consultation on what you might do with it, you're more than welcome to, let me know. He smiles. He smiles in the "I'm trying to sell you something" smile.
Well, that's certainly something we'll keep in mind. I'm assuming if we free you of this curse, we'll certainly get a preferential treatment on your prices.
Oh, certainly. Known business associates always get the best of prices from Beckett's Fines and Fineries. Smile, more smiles.
Great sales pitch.
Thank you. Thank you.
Maybe we'll have your friend Garvey go and give an assessment. Though we'll probably need to have Viv double check his findings.
Oh no, I doubt he would go out something like that. But I'd go take a look at things and see if anything might be worth sending his way. It is rare to see him come all the way for something like this.
At this point, he immediately speaks up. Speaking of rare, I think I'm going to be leaving this chest here. I've counted out about... He just shakes it. I trust you're not going to steal anything from me. I'm going to have my people come sometime this evening with extra security to come pick it up. That all right?
That'll be perfectly fine. I'm sure that'll be fine here. We'll just keep it away from Chester.
Lovely. I will make my way. It was a pleasure to meet all of you. And he stands up and gives a half-hearted bow, still dealing with the stress of his encounter with Captain Wallace. And he stands back up straight and stretches himself out a bit. And if I do not see you again, He pauses for a second, then reiterates, if I do not see you again in Fortunisol, I hope the next time is at the Chateau Palais, Vicania.
And next time in Ceres, the drinks will be on me.
Yes, I'm sure.
I'll give him a firm handshake as he heads out. Nice to finally put a face to the name.
And he shakes hands, says goodbyes, and as he's heading out the door, make sure that my business partner's head stays firmly on his shoulders. That's the only other thing I would really like to ask. He's not very good at anything if he's dead. And he heads off.
I believe Mira said that she would keep him safe. You know, the maid said that.
Yeah.
We did.
Excuse me. So, I suppose before I head off to begin finalizing certain business in town and gathering necessary provisions, I'd like to ask, so what should I expect from you lots? I understand that Mr. Varrock is may have some kind of curse power, if I was reading that correctly. Of course, you, Mr. Villacourt, you've already mentioned that you're handy with a bow, and of course, Mr. Strieg with his own. Is this? You are mercenaries, correct? That is what I've been led to believe, more or less.
Not intentionally. More
That's
of.
what- How do you become unintentional mercenaries?
It's more a matter of circumstance. We find our way into situations, I guess.
Circumstantial mercenaries.
Yeah, fair enough.
You can understand the confusion, yes? Usually that's a very intentional kind of job.
It's kind of one thing leads to another, and then you get wrapped up in trying to solve a combination murder mystery and corruption within the Vicanian Ducal Guard, and having to deal with, for lack of a better word, demons. It just happens.
Shooting trouble, demons, and investigations. Is that sum things up, or?
Yeah. Let's go with that.
So should
Not
we
much-
run into the odd trouble/demon on the road? What can I expect? Outside of Mr. Strieg laying down some crossbow fire.
For comedy's sake, I think I could maybe say that Mir went to like fetch the giant heavy chest,
Okay.
bringing it into the room.
I
like it's
appreciate the
nothing.
comedy, Alex.
just like bringing it in the room like it's nothing to go put it somewhere.
Yeah, she just got it under one arm.
I'm stronger than I look. More durable than I look, too, I guess. She kind of like smiles awkwardly. And
I think he glances over to her, sees that she's lifting the chest, takes a step closer, puts like a hand on her shoulder and says, I can understand that one must be very durable to survive a kidnapping, and I applaud your bravery to get this far.
Thank you? What do you mean?
They mentioned they rescued you when you were being
Oh,
held
that!
at the keep?
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, that was not great.
No, it's okay. It's okay, Miss Tyrell. You don't need to speak. If it's too painful, it's quite all right.
No, I mean, it was a thing that happened.
Yes, as they tend to, and it's no worries. It's certainly we're past it. We're past it, Miss Tyrell.
She's very confused. Yeah. Anyway, you don't have to worry about bandits or anything. It shouldn't be a problem.
Mira can hold her own.
It's probably in some ways the most capable one of us.
Lawrence
however,
thinks,
Oh,
Lawrence
go
thinks
ahead.
very highly of you all to build her up. So
She certainly like beams at being praised.
Lawrence seems touched.
She probably knows somewhere where to put the fucking chest for now, like in a cupboard or something. You
So does
made
Lawrence
a cupboard
just think
big
we're
enough for
nice?
a giant chest, but she knows somewhere to put it.
Y'all are so
For
nice to each
safety.
Yeah,
other.
like a
It's
closet or
wonderful to see.
something.
Yeah.
Like, Lawrence thinks Mira's like our Make-A-Wish child or something.
Who can lift a big chest?
Yeah.
God. Oh.
Yeah. Lawrence will return to where the main conversation's going on, not the chest delivery, and mention, I've been in a scrap or two, so you'll not have to worry about my safety. Unless I get shot, then please, I would love that to be addressed.
Well, I'm a doctor, so I'm on keeping people alive duty.
I thought Mr. Viacourt was your medic.
Till Samar showed up in our group, I was doing a little bit of that, yes, but Samar is vastly more qualified than I am.
I'm sure between the three of us, we'll do just okay.
And I mean, sorry to interrupt, but like out of character, Mira did identify a magic item like right in front of Lawrence as well.
He was very
also
impressed.
that.
He was very impressed, which went a long way to make him less annoyed that she poured out the bag.
Sorry for interrupting. Continue.
The last thing Lawrence just said, I'm sure between the three of us, we should do just fine.
Three of us, meaning
like for medical.
Yes, that was in the medical.
Oh, okay.
Got
it.
Which, by the way, if you insist on having a title, you can call me Dr. Summer, I suppose.
Is that your preference?
Sure.
Well, Dr. Samar, I will keep that in mind.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I have nothing important.
Well, Frey was just gonna say, Alan, I'm afraid I myself am no good in a scrap. But I can provide a bit of guidance here and there.
Guidance. I had thought Mr. Viacourt was your wayfinder. Is that not the case, or?
Different
I
kind
suppose
of guidance.
you could call me a.
Are you
I'm a bit of a fortune teller.
Ah, okay, I see. He kind of glances at the others and will whisper to whoever's closest. Do you all believe this, or?
And whoever responds first is now closest.
I mean, yeah, no.
I don't think.
Everyone was close. It was very close. Everyone heard it.
I mean, presumably, I stashed the chest in a closet and have returned.
Yeah.
I don't think Frey has ever steered us wrong.
Well, guidance born of wisdom is a treasured thing, certainly.
Can always give you a demonstration if you'd like.
Would I like that? He's asking.
Well, you do seem to be a man of quite many secrets, so somehow I think no. At least not a personal one.
To clarify, I try to make it a habit not to lie or misdirect. If there's ever anything you wish to know, you're welcome to ask. There'll be some things I certainly won't wish to speak of, but I will let you know.
Well, from what I understand of our travel timetable, I think we'll have plenty of time to get to know each other.
Mm-hmm.
And I do have a great many questions, but I promise I won't barrage you all at once. You have to ease your way into these things.
He chuckles and mentions, barrage or not, I'll welcome the conversation, I'm sure.
I have two questions before we start our journey. One, how many people have you killed?
Directly?
Sure.
dozen, maybe. Probably a few more.
Okay. And my second question is, how many of them were ostensibly on the same side as you when you killed them?
On the same side? Do you mean from the ship? None.
Just how many of them, if I had asked them, would have said that they were on your side?
Seems like a very pointed question. I don't believe.
If you ask me right now, I would say we're on the same side, and so I would like to know if I'm going to get killed. Basically.
Well, there's a direct and indirect answer. The indirect answer is, Dr. Samara, I have no intentions to slay my business partners, especially those who are trying to help me break a curse upon me and a few people I still care about. The direct answer is, I've never directly killed anyone who I was immediately working.
Okay, fine.
Directly.
So you're saying we don't need to worry about you on the way back from keeping you away from the cook pot?
No, there should be no worries about such a thing.
All right. No further questions, Your Honor.
I see. Well, I'm sure we'll have a interesting journey ahead of us, to say the least.
At this point, Abney turns to you, Lawrence, and so, what? And then at this point, like, he starts to say something and then realizes he's not actually sure what he wants to say, so he kind of turns to everyone else, his attention as normal, drawing mostly to Frey, but he's obviously addressing everyone. This Riverstone Keep, though, like, should we be fixing that? Should we be? I mean, I'd feel useful. I mean, I can hire people. I'm sure there's, you know, laborers we can bring with us if it's on the way.
It's not quite on the way. We'd have to go a bit out of the way to get there. I think our first stop, or our last stop before heading off into the wilderness, was going to be Gorestone, and it's a bit to the west of Gorestone. Am I pronouncing? Is that Gorestone, or is that like?
Yeah, it's Gorestone.
Okay, just wanted to make sure it wasn't a weird.
No, it's fine. Either way, Gorston or Gorestone, they're both fine.
Gorestone. But yeah, I guess the real question is the funds to hire people and the funds to start repairing it.
Abney points to the sack of coin that is in front of Lawrence.
Self. I'm not sure if we've met, sir. Lawrence Beckett of Beckett's Finds and Fineries. A pleasure. Goes to handshake.
He shakes your hand. Oh, William Abney, formerly of the Ducal Guard of Dulcery. Now, the unemployed messenger boy of Fortune's Accord.
Messenger boy? I heard you were the quartermaster.
At that, he smiles and actually gets a little bit embarrassed. Well, it's not, official yet.
Come now, Mr. Abney. The quartermaster is arguably one of the most important people in a group, I should say.
Well, quartermaster should get paid like one, shouldn't they then?
I certainly think so.
And he looks to your bag of coin.
Well, I'm certain that you'll want to discuss that with your employers. In the meantime, should anyone need me, I am currently staying at insert X in here.
We went over this.
I don't remember the name of the inn you mentioned. And I will be finding. Oh no, I never heard that. How many people are coming?
I'm not gonna be doing no fights.
Well, I suppose, including you, then that would be
6.
Yeah, 6 of us.
Understood. Then I'll procure 2 months worth of water and sustenance for 6. And should you all need anything else from the fund, please send requests to my inn. Or just tell me now, of course.
Will we need to bring any? I mean, I assume are we bringing Henrietta?
I was going to ask, do you have a cart or anything that we can use for transport, or should I procure that as well?
We do have a cart and mule, Henrietta Styles.
Dimensions of the cart?
I
Small,
would totally
big?
have those that I don't actually have, but Garrett would know what those dimensions were.
Yeah,
big enough, Robert?
So the big problem is you're going into the Sabine Highlands. There is no guarantee this wagon's going to make it way the hell up there.
I think the conversation proceeds a little bit, and ultimately Lawrence asks to see the wagon to, make that decision.
Yeah, it's outside on the on the side of the house where it was moved after being unloaded.
Mr. Villacourt, you think this will survive the trip to the Highlands?
Using my Wayfinder knowledge of what it's like to go through woods, I would like to, I guess, roll for that.
You don't need to roll. There is no chance in hell. Not knowing, you're going into a place where there is no guaranteed roads at all. All it would take is you having to go down one cliff and you'd have to abandon it.
Right.
Or,
Guys.
not even a cliff, just a steep, hill.
Guys, I can carry a lot of shit.
So this will make this will make travel to Gorestone easier, but once we leave from there, we would have to leave the wagon behind. We would still be able to load up Henrietta, and of course, Mira can certainly carry probably more than any of us on herself.
Opinion lowering of the group. They use Mira as a pack mule.
Sure, I wouldn't mind carrying, as much as I can.
Certain we can all carry our fair share when it comes to it. Robert, would the one mule be enough? Are there carts that could survive such a thing, or?
So it would be possible. One mule, you're not gonna get anything bigger. It will. There is a chance, depending on how bad the terrain is, that it would slow you down. It could take as much as twice as long once you get into the real rough of it. Maybe more. You could technically bring the wagon. It would be very risky.
But could there be a better wagon for this type of thing, or would it just be
not really?
Just
not really. I mean, it's a good wagon. You're about as good as you're gonna get.
Okay. So, would a second pack animal be of aid here, or is the one enough?
Yeah, one's enough. Henrietta's a pretty big mule, and from what the party has said and the examinations you've done, she seems strong-willed and strong.
Good. I see. Well, I'll be certain that the provisions are sent this way. When shall we leave? 2 days? That sound about right to finish up your business here?
Yeah, I would say that's about right.
Yes, I think that will work well. In our provisions, do we have any tent? I think Frey just has a sleeping bag.
Yeah.
I believe it was established that Garrett had a 2-person tent.
Yes.
Even though technically it's not in my, I don't think it's actually in my list of crap, but I believe that was previously established. No, it is not, so I will add that.
Tents.
I imagine Lawrence would also have such a thing. Is that cool, Robert?
Yeah. Yeah, I think, yeah.
How would I add that here? Is there a thing I drag it from, or?
You'd think, but no, just add it manually. Till I figure out what's going on with the new update. And not having a trash can button for all of our loot.
I don't have one.
So I imagine that comes up conversation. Should I be procuring any? How many?
Perhaps another 2?
2. Understood. Anything else?
I should probably get some clothing that's more suited to traveling.
Yeah.
Looks down at like her splattered fucking dress.
Would you like me to introduce you to a tailor, or?
Yeah, why didn't we set Mira up with some travel clothing while we were in Vicania?
Actually, now that I think about it, if I look, the thing that is stained with paint is traveler's clothes from the Valari estate, so they could probably do. Doesn't matter if it has paint on it; you could still use it. But still, like, you know.
Lawrence offers to introduce you to a tailor.
Thing is, I don't have very much money. I have 9 gold. I don't know why I'm whispering.
Yeah,
that's not a small amount, is it, Robert?
9 gold is, I mean, that's 90 silver. That's, I mean, that's enough to get some nice clothes. Yeah.
We do also have this entire bag of money to help with purchasing traveling
I keep forgetting about that. Somehow. Sure, why not? Let's do that.
Then Larry will offer that they meet tomorrow around noon to go visit a tailor.
Excellent.
One more question.
Can everyone stop coughing, please? What is going on?
Yeah, guys, stop stealing my thunder. It's my thing. That's my dude.
You know that my body does not know how to breathe normally. So
I think William's just contagious.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm sorry, Ronnie.
I think Frey would indicate his big crate of like incense supplies and ask, is this possible?
Possible to buy incense?
No, to bring with us.
Oh. Lawrence will defer to Garrett.
It was like a big like.
It was a big crate.
Like shipping size crate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, it's a matter of how much you guys want Mira to have to carry.
Did we bring that crate of incense with us all the way back from Vicania too?
Fuck yeah, you did.
Yeah, we had a cart.
You had a cart.
I think we could be safe. I think we could be safe with leaving most of the crate here for now. I think a smaller sized pouch with what you need in it would be more doable.
Right. Yes, that's fine. I do have a much smaller box I could use. Well, I'll get the rest of this stored away safe somewhere.
Right.
Yeah, let's see. He has 250 silver worth, and for 1 ritual, I need help.
Didn't we already throw out a whole bunch of stuff that Frey was trying to leave with back when we left Alasir?
Yeah, he had like 3 trunks.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Did Frey increase his amount of traveling supplies again?
I mean, not compared to that, but he does have a couple new sets of clothing. I think he still has a decorative pillow that he did not leave behind. But no, he does not have his several chests worth of clothing.
Now, here's the best part. Since this is gonna be like Frey's first time going like off-road without like a bunch of servants and a wagon and stuff, when it gets down to it, he's gonna have to carry stuff. Oh.
Yeah.
He's gonna complain the entire way. I suppose he should invest in a good pair of travel shoes.
Yes. Good travel shoes would definitely be good, Frey. Just as a heads up, we are going to be going deep into the woods, more so than we have before. So if you want some tips on what you should and should not bring, let me know. I can, again, show you how to repack your bag. We really should try to bring the least amount of personal stuff as possible so we can maximize the amount of food we can each carry so that Mira isn't laden like a pack mule.
I'm not leaving behind my hairbrush.
More science.
You can bring a hairbrush. That's yeah.
But yes, your advice would be appreciated. Are we going to be dealing with the same sort of deep snow?
I would probably say so, yeah. Which actually, Lawrence, snowshoes might not be a bad idea to pick up while you're searching for supplies.
I do want to point out, it is not currently snowing in Fortuny Soul.
But do we think it will not snow for
it
6
might
weeks
further
or whatever?
north, you don't know, but like it's not snowing here. It hasn't been snowing here recently. Like,
okay, so there is no snow whatsoever on the ground?
no.
Oh.
But that is, you know, a couple hundred miles inland or something, so.
That's what I'm assuming. Like, there's probably going to be snow in the forest.
Yeah. You can't say for
I'll see what I
sure,
can do.
but maybe.
I'll see what I can do.
Because there was all that snow in Artivishte, and that's similarly northwards.
We only have 2 more weeks of winter, and then it's spring.
Oh, that makes sense, yeah. But the snow is still going to melt. It's going to be there until it all melts away. It's not going to instantly just, oh, it's spring, there goes all the snow.
You guys made it through a whole season. Once it's spring, I get a whole new set of weather I get to start keeping an eye on.
Rain.
And
mud.
We get to split and do the stuff, do the work. Or is there anything else to discuss.
I think
So,
that's...
With that, you guys start to split up. Lawrence, you've got some people to go find and meet up with and get run some connections.
Yep.
Before eventually meeting back up and helping people with what they need. You are taking the sack of money with you, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So after Lawrence leaves, Abney comes over to you, Frey, and also like clues in Garrett and just should we really? I mean, look, all this Riverstone business, is it? I'm willing to put in the work. I mean, it feels better than sitting around waiting and hoping again, like I did in Artivishte. So maybe
I mean, I certainly think that it is it's worth putting the work into that property.
Out of character, did we banish that banshee that would have to be met to cross the river? I don't believe we fully got rid of it.
Not even sure we cleared the place. Wasn't there like a whole set of stuff in the basement that we were just like, maybe it'll be gone when we come back?
you cleared the
We
basement.
killed
The giant
we cleared
thing
the
out there,
basement.
yeah.
It was the giant monster in the basement that was
Oh, was that the basement? Okay, fair.
that was dealing with all the spirits and stuff.
Sorry about it blasting
Okay,
music at
right.
first. It has to redo my settings because of the move to the new foundry.
It's all good.
But yeah, no, I mean, outside of the Banshee, you guys dealt with everything else.
Okay. So the only concern that we would have with you going there with a party of work people would be that there is a banshee at the main river crossing.
All right, well,
I'm telling you this because we don't want you walking into it without knowing it's there.
I'll bring... He kind of, like, looks around and, like, you can see he's, like, counting heads. And finally, like, in the back, he just... I'll bring Roland with me.
Okay.
No offense. I mean, I know that you won't need Strig, but you don't need Roland as well, I don't think. I mean, one sharpshooter who can hit anything with their eyes closed is probably plenty, right?
Yes.
And at this point, Roland just... I'm sorry, you want me to do what? And Abney, well, I mean, we need security, and you're the best I have access to that I also can afford.
So again, out of character, like if we send Lawrence and Roland into this, we feel confident that they're not going to just get killed by this thing.
Yeah, that would suck.
They seem competent enough. I mean, it's not like they're going just the two of them. They're also hiring, like, Abney is intending to hire people.
Fair enough.
You can always have him hire security as well. It'll be more expensive, but...
Yeah. So again, I just want to make sure that we're not sending them into this going, oh, whatever, and then we're off doing our own thing, and then you're in the back room going, you know, the Mr. Burns, excellent, knowing that we just killed off two of our favorite NPCs.
You can check with Alex. Anytime there's a split like this, it means I get to do an entire scene on my own where I'm rolling everything and figuring out what's going on.
That doesn't mean that it goes well.
It can.
We just have to trust them.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. If, for whatever reason, you guys can't handle the Banshee, don't try to force it. There's nothing wrong with needing to regroup and leave it for another day.
No, I mean, I guess first things first, how much coin are we investing in it? How much budget do I have here?
Well, I think the first question is how much that Lawrence doesn't spend on supplies is what we have left over to budget with.
I figure he's going to want some of it, right? Maybe, I guess you need him. I was gonna say
right, but he's not getting paid for this. His payment is that we're curing him. The money was given to us to get supplies and stuff, and there's more than enough there for that.
Okay, I thought for some reason some of it was going to... He just shakes his head. Alright, so... all the payment was going to Mr. Garvin, then? Is that right?
The rest of the payment was going to Mr. Garvin as payment for having found the information to get rid of this curse. Okay. Yeah.
All right. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to get around the city. I mean, I've been to Fortuny Soul since I was a kid. Figure out what's going on and who's hiring.
I don't know if Miss Mira has any plans, but while we go and check in on Zane, I figure she might know someone, or maybe not to volunteer you for this, Mira, but
I've been in the basement for 11 years.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's a good point. Oh,
I mean, Chester might know. Don't know if you want to talk to him.
Know, or alternatively, our friend, the quartermaster of the Soldiers of the Blue, would probably know people to acquire stuff from for this kind of thing.
At this point, he turns to Frey and just, aren't we supposed to not be trusting them? Or is this another Magnus situation where it's someone we definitely can trust? Or
this is someone we can trust within it.
All right,
I would trust him.
What's his name? I'll go look him up. I'll see what else I can find, and I mean, in the end, go find good help. And he kind of looks around, and again points out near the back. Roland can be my personal security while we're doing
it. Garrett would know his name, but I totally can't remember his name.
About that? How does
Roland gives like a big sigh, and what am I going to need to do? Well, it's simple. You know that big set of chainmail that I had that was in the wagon? I don't know where they put it. We're gonna put that on you and hand you a big sword or something, and the crossbow too. And then, you know, I look more competent. And he then turns to you, Frey. I might need to borrow some of your clothes, so I look a little more rich.
yes, certainly. Just go and talk to him as I'm scrolling through the image references so I can find our friend to get his name, because why can't I remember it?
Grayson something?
You are referring to... What the hell's his name?
Grayson Hoslow.
Hoslow, yes.
Hoslow,
Grayson
yes.
Hoslow.
Grayson Hoslow, thank you, Adarsh, for remembering that. So you're gonna want to talk to Grayson Hoslow at the Soldiers of the Blue, and definitely let him know that you are working with Garrett and Mira and Frey with repairing and restoring Riverstone Keep.
Gives a nod. All right, sounds good. Maybe I'll have some people, and I'll do my own check-in too. And
And of course, you're welcome to borrow my clothes. I don't have.
Well, I know you don't have. He cuts you off before you're too nice, and just look, love. I know. Just a nice cloak or something. I think. Like, thinking back on it, and he pantomimes like the size difference. Like, he is by no means big, but I still imagine compared to Frey, he looks like a bodybuilder.
Oh yeah, I can see that.
Don't want to be ruining anything after all.
Frey gives a smile at that. Let me see what I can scrounge up. My favorite cloak is might be a bit extravagant.
He gives a knowing nod at that. Well,
but yeah, he will.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, he will find something for Abney, and then even like while he is doing that, he'll just go, "Oh, maybe I should take this time to visit the tailor, see if I can get something new, something for the travels ahead."
He gives a nod at that, and oh, right. Well, while you're getting everything together, I need to. And he turns to Roland, who. All right, let's do it. Gotta get my personal guard, my squire, and he gives a big smile at that. Ready to go. And they head upstairs, and you hear the sound of, armor being adorned and things like that. And eventually, he is able to borrow some fancy clothing from Frey that mostly fits. I wouldn't want him wearing a shirt. I imagine Frey has a lot of custom tailored, very nice shirts that fit him perfectly and do not fit many other people.
Yes.
Because Frey's thin as a fucking stick.
Yeah.
So, I imagine it's a problem where someone else puts on one of Frey's shirts, and the second they try and bend over or close their arms, the back just tears off.
Oh, that would be terrible.
What 4 strength and 9 con does to a build.
But yeah, I think Frey will also spend some time looking to see if he can find a tailor who works quickly. See if he can get something fashionable, and that meets Garrett's approval for travel.
Lawrence did offer to introduce Mira to a tailor while you were around.
Oh, yes. Frey will definitely ask Lawrence, if you're going to be taking Mira to see that tailor, I very much would like an introduction as well.
So, when Lawrence gets back, he will be able to do introductions to bring 2 of you to a tailor. And,
the plan was to do it the next day, but yeah.
Oh, the next day, I'm sorry. Otherwise, Abney and Roland head off. Roland is in a full set of like chainmail armor with thick leathers above it. He's got like a similar set of mannerisms walking with this to like a wet cat.
Hat with boots on.
Exactly.
Do we need anything to help hide Roland's face?
He just put a hood on him.
He has both a hood and a helmet he is carrying, so he'll be fine.
Okay. I was just thinking because we don't know if anyone's still looking for him.
But they head off, leaving you guys. The rest of the day is yours for any shopping you need to... Remember when I asked before the session if anyone had any shopping they need, and everyone was like, no, we're pretty good, and now everyone's like, we need new clothes!
I wrote down that I wanted new clothes or something.
I know.
I'm scrolling back up.
So, all that said, I do know that, Garrett and Samar had something they needed to do.
Yes, we were going to go see Zane, but if Samar could also go see and get clothes tomorrow.
All right.
But today, Zane.
Today, Zane. Tomorrow,
Larry for new clothes.
Garrett has clothes.
So, with that, Garrett, you and Samar make your way back to the docks, where at the harbor quarters you, God, it gets me every time. Don't worry, it only has to do that once for every single song, when it resets their audio. It might not even happen for you guys, it might just be me. It's hell on the recording, I'll tell you that. But I digress.
Fun.
So, you guys begin to make your way. You know, you have to ask around. Is there anything specific, or you're just like asking around trying to figure out what's going on?
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah. Alright.
Trying to, see what his plans are. If he's around or if he's not.
The flagship is about 500-600 feet off the docks where it is anchored, along with 2 support ships.
Okay.
You're able to get that information immediately. You know, you're like, hey, have there been any, like, everyone's like, yeah, there's, from the Vicanian Navy, there's like 3 ships way out there in the out at the bay.
And is there any chance we could take a smaller ship, like shuttle thing, to it? I have a letter from Zane that could hopefully get me on.
That should get us through, yeah.
At that point, one of the, it would be the Soldiers of the Blue. You know what? I'm gonna coin flip it. On whether or not it's, Alright, yeah, 1. No, it's not. It's a Sacred Blade Enforcer. And he just kind of... No, they are under strict orders. No one is to embark or disembark at this time from any of those ships.
You're saying that they want...
Is there any chance we could send a message?
No.
So they're not getting on or off the ships? And no one is getting on or out to
There
them.
was an incident, and there was a lieutenant in the Soldiers of the Blue who was attacked by the commander of that flagship, who is now, for the time being, under guard with Sacred Blade Industries.
Huh. Oh.
Until we are able to vet
was
everything.
Would we be able to see him?
No. No one speaks to him until someone in command gets conversation from Vicania on why there were Vicanian representative naval forces making violent moves against Vreeland.
Garrett will look at Samar, knowing that Samar has the paperwork that says they are basically speaking with Zane's voice.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if this commander is Zane or something, who has like been arrested, because then me procuring this letter might not help. Might be bad, actually.
Well, I'm just okay.
Is Robert so the Vicanian forces that were attacking Vreeland, is that what we saw were Zane's I'm like
is he referring directly to when Zane tried to beat up the lieutenant?
I'm sorry. You were both kind of talking.
Sorry.
I got about 50% of each. Clarification.
Yes.
Adarsh first, you're in alphabetical order.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so is the Vicanian ships that they're asking about the ships that we saw when we were in Vicania that were operating under Zane's like privateering forces or whatever?
Yeah, the ships that are out at the bay?
Yeah.
Yes, those are Volari privateering company ships, which are essentially like they're flying Vicanian flags. On top of like they have their big sigil on like the mainsail, and then they have flags above the crow's nest of Vicania's like pennants of Vicania.
Right. And so they're saying that until they figure out what those ships were doing or what their like orders are, nobody is allowed to talk to these people.
Because apparently the commander of the flagship attacked a lieutenant of the Soldiers of the Blue.
And the commander of the flagship would be Zane, as far as we know?
Yeah, as far as you know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, without getting to see the commander, it would be difficult to understand why he assaulted the lieutenant. As far as we are aware, having come from Artavishte itself, there were no commands from the Duchess to initiate any hostilities with Vreeland or the Soldiers of the Blue or Sacred Blade Industries directly.
Well, unless you are able to speak on the behalf of the Duchess and are willing to go through an extended meeting with the heads of Sacred Blade Industries and the Soldiers of the Blue and Professor Benjamin Edelwein, then you cannot speak on this and you will need to go. We are not authorized to answer any more questions regarding this. The commander attempted to kill people who were enacting peace here in Vreeland. It is a miracle that we have not declared this an act of war yet.
Okay, I mean, I don't know what else we can... Can you confirm the identity of the commander for us?
No.
If I guess it correctly, can you give me a little wink or something?
Give me a charisma convince. No.
Okay, I'm gonna do one. I'm gonna pull out. Mm-hmm.
I was going to say, you have the paper that says that you can speak on behalf of the commander and therefore the Vicanian forces, or so.
Yeah, I was going to do that. Yeah. Okay, I will pull out the letter and I'll say, okay, well, I have a document here saying that I'm speaking on behalf of Zane Volari. Can you tell me if I cannot go speak to him because he is currently incapacitated, let's say?
The enforcer looks it over. Granted full rights and permissions. Have liberty to traverse, conduct inquiries, and requisition reasonable provisions within the territories held under the Duchy of Vicania.
So there's the linchpin.
So you can't confirm if I can't see him because he's...
You have shown me
otherwise
a
occupied.
piece of parchment that has no value outside of Vicania.
Fair enough.
At this point,
Okay, fine.
The enforcer turns around and whispers something to another enforcer behind him, and eventually they whisper back. I believe
Is this we should be nervous whisper?
Give me a wisdom into it. It's a...
Oh, it's a...
Oh, did it reset the
Specialist
thing?
thing.
Oh, it might have reset the thing. It's almost like you guys didn't test everything.
Shut up.
I did check that it was there, but I didn't want to roll it in case I wasted a good roll on it.
Let me go ahead and fix it for you. It was 46, right?
Yeah.
There you go. You can go ahead and re-roll.
Okay. Beautiful.
Much better.
Love that.
They are, like, after reading over your paperwork, they are reading you as, rightfully, someone who seems to have a close connection with Zayn Valari, and are intent on acting on that in some way. It definitely changed their demeanor.
Okay.
And turns back. I believe we can speak further at the Sacred Blade office. The main office.
Note that we have
I think it's fine.
no interest in
I think-
increasing hostilities. We're just trying to get this resolved for all parties.
I'm just gonna kind of slowly but firmly grab the paper from his hands and like
He is
pull it
holding
back.
it. Like, he is not
Just-
letting go of it.
I'm also not gonna let go of it. I'm gonna say I think it's clear that you are not able to help me with what I am looking to do at the moment. I think we can leave you alone and let you get back to your day.
I think that you, one Inez Avalri, need to come with us to the Central Hall right now.
If Samar wanted to talk into Garrett's mind, now wouldn't be a bad time.
I would, sure, I will do that. You get a little knock knock.
So are we running
don't
or
wanna do
are
that.
we following?
I don't want to do either of those. I'm just simply not going to follow them. And I stand there and just stare at these guys.
They will physically haul you off at this point. This is the yeah. They will physically take us in chains, or we can voluntarily go with them. That's kind of what this is coming down to. Or we can try to run.
As this, your mind conversation continues in silence to them, the second of the two enforcers motions to you, Garrett, to back up and begins drawing a blade while, like, circling, doing, like, a semicircle around Samar.
I will back up in a way that doesn't leave me leaving Samar, but just kind of keeping an eye on both of them. Just like we don't need to take any blades out. I'm sure we can resolve this peacefully.
Please come with us, Inez Avalry.
God damn it. Fucking Jesus Christ.
Insane.
I'm not gonna outrun them, so like I can't do that, I don't think.
I'm following
There's no
Samar's
way that
lead,
that'll
whatever
go up.
happens here.
And if only you had someone who could like create an illusion to be someone different.
I know.
Or someone with a gun.
A gun
If
would
only you had-
definitely
if only you had
defuse.
Get
a
into a
crossbow
fucking
assassin.
gunfight with the cops. I guess
If only you had a
cops don't have
crossbow
guns.
assassin.
The only thing that
perched
can stop a
nearby
cop with a
conveniently.
gun is a citizen with a gun.
Listen, you need a good guy with a gun. Clearly.
What are you doing, Edarsh?
I'm gonna just try to turn and walk out.
There is now someone behind you
Yeah.
with like hand
Fine,
on
I'll try to
blade,
fucking run.
and they are still holding the like the parchment that has your writ on it. Are you letting go of that?
Yeah, the parchment, whatever. Like I'll drop it. But okay, can I? We all know cops are like, you know, fucked or whatever. But like if I go with them, do I feel like they don't really have anything to hold me, and that will keep them from being able to do anything to me, or do I feel like, you know,
Nah,
these guys are gonna get me?
They don't
and,
need
like,
anything to hold you to be able to fucking hold you. This ain't modern times.
Yeah.
Sure. Do I feel like I could run?
If you're able to slip out of them here, you may be able to get away, but they do have a name, your face, and Garrett's face.
That may also not look great on your country.
They do believe that you seem to have some connection. So, like, this all started because it does look like you have some level of representation to Vicania.
Fine. Okay. I'm gonna go with them, I guess. I'm gonna think to Garrett, just sit tight. Hopefully I'll be back. If I'm not, then you guys go on your little trip, I guess.
Or we'll break you out. Wouldn't be the first time we've had to do
Maybe
break
I'll
into
find
Sacred
out
Blade
when
Industries.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm going with them, I guess. I'll fucking. I don't know what you want me to do.
They escort you back to the main office.
Man, this would have been great if we
Fine.
put the earrings back in.
Yeah,
That way I'd
but
have
you
to
didn't.
run across town to tell everyone.
Does Summer's mind thingy have range?
5 miles. For you and for people who are in the thing, you know.
Presumably we're within 5 miles?
Yeah. So he's not
Wait,
that big.
Call
We-
it tactical Mira.
Tactical mirror strike. Was it that we can talk back, right? You just have to initiate.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, correct. I will keep the one with Garrett open for now, at least. Well, okay. This is where I'm going now, I guess.
All right. So, you are escorted back after, and it was the parchment that, like, you know, you rolled a fucking 14. Like, it was the parchment and them reading that and realizing you had something official that they were like, oh, we could use, like, you know, now you're interesting, essentially. So.
As I'm walking back, as I'm walking with them, I'm trying to figure out. I will actually ask Garrett as they're walking me out, like, is there something that we want to know from these people? Because maybe I can get some information while I'm here about
the big
Zane
thing,
or about
the big
whatever.
thing we need to know is what Zane tried to kill a lieutenant for, and what the heck happened. Because last we heard from him was that that something was going down here, and he was going to try to investigate. So, like, was he trying to break into Sacred Blade Industries or Soldiers of the Blue, or like, was this like a bar brawl? Because it's not like Zane hasn't gotten into a bar brawl before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. I will. So both of these people are walking me back right now?
Yes. One is at your side, and the other is right behind you.
Okay. On the one at my side, I will cast surface apprehension. And also I'll have my like mind light open. We'll see if that helps also, but you know.
Okay.
So they get a mental saving throw for surface apprehension.
Right. That's it's gonna be a success.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I would have asked anyway, so I will ask, so why did Zane attack this, lieutenant?
Do not know, and I'm not speaking on anything that you have or believe to have had experience with. Not ask any more questions until you speak with someone who is asking them to you. Understand?
I stay silent. Okay.
In the meantime, Garrett would be making his way back towards everyone else to let him know that what's happened.
So, for the sake of ease, I want to wrap up the Samar stuff real quick, because, you know, Samar's either about to die, or this is gonna be nice and quick. I'm sorry, what? So, Samar, you are escorted to...
Thanks, Robert.
To the Sacred Blade offices, where you are taken through a maze of hallways, and then put in a small room somewhere in the central hall. The veritable clusterfuck that is this this place. It is almost impossible to figure out exactly where you are, how many turns you've made, things like that. The hallways are tight, barely able to get two people shoulder to shoulder. And you wait for the better part of an hour. They would have... did you have any of your belongings on you?
I mean, probably everything, but I don't own much.
Well... Okay, so they would have taken all your things then.
Sure. I mean, I didn't have anything worth keeping.
That's fine.
Honestly, the only valuable thing was the letters. So, and we haven't bought the shield yet, since that would have happened tomorrow. So,
yeah,
that's fine.
That's fine.
So they would have taken your things, leaving you with, you know, just your clothes sitting there, and they will have also shackled you to a table.
Right.
And after about an hour or so, you see... 1 second.
Reset whatever.
See? A woman with kind of short black hair, wearing a long blue cloak that is almost a cape, bolted onto the armor that she's wearing, coming out of her pauldrons. Very angry look. And she sits across from you. And you can see, like, she's got a couple of scars. Her nose has probably been broken once or twice. Right. Now, Sacred Blade Enforcers not want to ask you questions. I do. What But I want to know. And she kind of leans in. Who the fuck gave the order?
What order?
Don't play stupid with me.
I'm just really stupid. I don't know what order you're talking about.
She just backhands you as hard as she can with a gauntlet on. And roll. Unarmed on that.
Sure.
You only take 1 damage. It's a glancing blow, but she just... You have nowhere to go, your hands are shackled, she just backhands you with this metal gauntlet.
Okay. I am gonna, before I forget, I'm gonna use Mind Over Matter and do the thing where I can automatically stabilize if mortally wounded. So, just so that, you know.
Okay.
If these people try to kill me, I don't want that to happen, so.
Who gave the order? Were you sent here for information or extraction?
What? I frankly wasn't sent here.
I'm using a hand now. It's going to be a knife very fucking soon. Speak plainly and quickly.
I'm trying to answer your question. I was sent to Vicania on Zane Valari's orders, and once my work there was done, which was nothing specific, I was meant to oversee his estate and speak to, you know, whatever.
Why?
People were.
Why? Why were you sent to Vicania?
Because he said. Because his estate is there. He was going to be out on deployment with the Soldiers of the Blue, and he asked me to go. I mean, he hired me to go and look after his estate and speak to people who he thought might be visiting. I don't know. I mean,
and now you are here.
I was just there to.
Why are you here?
He owes me money. He hired me. I don't. If you get hired to do a job, are you not going to come back and try to get paid?
Give me a charisma convince. Can you convince this woman you're telling the fucking truth? She brushes her hair back. So, you are just a well-trusted secretary?
Not a secretary. I mean, we knew each other back in the day, but nothing personal. Just, you know, he was a friend of a friend. He helped me travel from one place to another a while back, and we kept in touch a little bit. Nothing close, but, you know, when he's in need of something in my neck of the woods, he hires me, asks me to take care of it.
How did you arrive here?
And I do.
How did you arrive here?
Okay, oh, no, Frey didn't tell us anything about, well, I don't think Frey told us exactly what those people would have said, at least. Okay. I took a ship. I don't know, I mean...
What was the name of the ship?
How else does one get from...
Who was your captain?
Honestly, I'm not really good at this stuff. I got on the first ship that was leaving town.
Leaving what town?
Leaving Artavista. Or, well, leaving Milo Harbor. Yeah.
And
I traveled from
name
Artavista to Milo Harbor.
Ship?
The Accord something, I think.
At this point,
I don't remember exactly. Honestly.
She writes something down, scrawling it in a small notebook. And who was the captain? Did you meet them?
No, I wanted to speak to as few people as possible. Honestly, I didn't want to be coming to this city. I only showed up because Zane was... I don't know, my understanding was that Zane would either meet me in Artavista at some point or that he would...
When did you arrive?
Send money. Yesterday.
Yesterday. What time?
What time did we get here? Did we get here?
It was
the day
after
before
sundown.
yesterday? Or was it yesterday?
It was last night after sundown.
Okay. It was late after sundown.
All right. So the Accord something departed from Milo Harbor. Got here last night after sundown. How big was the ship?
It was large. I mean,
100 people, 200, 300. Did it have cannons?
Did it have cannons?
You're referring to the Accordance Code, not the unnamed fishing vessel, correct?
Yeah,
The Accordance Code did have cannons.
But it wasn't like a 200-person ship.
Yeah. I guess so. I mean, I frankly don't know that I would recognize cannons if you pointed to them and told me those are cannons, but...
You talk too
sure,
much.
yeah, I think so.
Answer the questions.
Yeah, people tell me.
I could help with that. I could just fucking cut out your tongue, and we wouldn't have to listen to this anymore. Unfortunately, until I find out what you know, I cannot.
Sounds like it's in my best interest to not let you find out what I know then.
You're too clever. She stands up and starts walking, pacing her side of the table. Explain how you cannot know how big the ship you were on was. How much did you pay for passage?
Do I know what like a standard fare would be for something like that?
If you're working on the ship, probably no more than a few silver. If you're doing it like passenger style, it could be 1 gold or a lot more, depending on how much you're transferring, how nice you want it to be. If you want your own quarters, that sort of thing. So, yeah, it depends on how fancy you want it to come off.
I think I'll say like... originally I was quoted a gold, but I sort of convinced, I don't know, whoever was, not the captain, but like the head of one of the crew people or whatever there, that I could do some administrative work for them, do some book balancing or something, and that I could
book balancing,
get that discounted a bit.
All right, so what did the ship do?
I don't know, some accounts, some numbers.
Accounts for what?
I don't know. It was, I guess it was a trading vessel. I mean,
what were they trading?
Mostly I got numbers.
What was that? Sorry.
I didn't say anything. I was just, my brain doesn't work this fast.
You're digging this whole lot deeper.
Well, I can't now be like, you got me. You know, like.
What were they trading in?
Fish? I don't know, some other goods as well.
It was a fishing
vessel.
I
think they...
Remember you said it had cannons.
I think Summer probably like actually is a little bit flustered. But is like... I mean, I guess I assumed it was a fishing vessel, but now that you meant, I mean, I guess why would a fishing vessel have cannons? I don't know. I mean, I guess maybe they were trading and fish was just some of the goods that they were trading as well.
Right. The Accord
now
something
realizing that I should have asked more questions.
Arrived after sundown last night. Are you traveling with anyone else or on your own?
My own.
Where did you stay last night? Do you have a house here in Fortunisol?
Local inn.
Which inn?
No house. Do I remember what the inn that Lawrence is staying at was?
Yeah, you would. It's
I'm not trying to throw you under the bus. It's the only inn that I would have known, I think.
Yeah, it's the one that's on the top of your mind. I believe he was staying at the Quarters. The Quarters was the Lawrence, were you staying at the Quarters or that was kind of the cheaper one? I think you have been, but I don't know if you yeah. So the
cheaper one that sells a continental breakfast is what it was.
Yeah,
not a good one.
Continental.
Yeah. The Quarters, I think. To be honest, I at this point I think I do a little bit of like I'm sort of letting this person in on a secret vibe, and I'm like, to be honest, I didn't pay. I sort of found somebody at the bar who, was interested in a good time and earned my keep, let's say.
Give me a charisma convince for this fucking story.
No, that is a thing that I do. Ironically, that's a thing that I do.
Yeah, but this is a hell of a story you've weaved with a lot of holes.
If they ask me who I slept with, I'm gonna say Lawrence. So, just to be clear.
You are not someone that I trust. I believe that you are working for someone that has... There's a pause. You are working for the commander of that flagship out there.
Is that Zane? I don't know anything about military structures or naval structures or whatever this is. Again, I was hired to deliver messages.
You can see the rage building on her face the more you talk.
I have a question. Okay, I'm okay with her being angry if I feel like she believes that I'm a useless person. You know what I mean? If it's I'm angry because this person doesn't have any information that I need, that's different than I'm angry because this person clearly has information that I need and they're fucking with me or whatever.
Give me a wisdom into it.
This out. Okay.
She seems angry because nothing is adding up. You can tell this is you are not the first person she has interviewed like this.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently, there have been other stories. There have been other things. You are not the first. Right.
Okay.
So, little more than a fucking transient who somehow has the trust of a very influential man in Vicania. Enough to operate, and at this point she holds up the parchment, as his fucking replacement in the country. Explain this to me. Why did he trust you so much?
I mean, one, I'm a very charming person. What can I say? But
at
two,
that, she grabs your hand, takes your pinky, and slams it back, breaking it. And, only another
Jesus
one damage,
Christ.
but I said to speak plainly. Next time, it will not be a single finger.
Okay. Ow. All right. Sorry, my brain is spinning. What was the question? Why does he trust me? I mean, we've slept together, man. I don't know what you want me to tell you. Like I said,
You're saying
I
that
slept with somebody.
The commander of Vicania's navy fucked you and said, hey, that's great. Let's just give them all the power in the world. You had access to everything in the country. Because that's what it fucking says right here. At this point, she holds up the parchment again, which is a little tattered and ruffled up.
Okay, can I speak plainly? I agree that it's stupid, but frankly, I think he thought that I'm a useless person and wouldn't know how to use that power anyway, and he gave me carte blanche because there's barricades and stuff up in Ordovishta, and he knew that people would ask a lot of questions and maybe prevent me from getting to his estate if he, you know, beat around the bush about what privileges I do and don't have. And so he said, yeah, sure, you're acting on my behalf, and I went and did that. I have no interest in taking over the Navy. Like, I fucking don't know what a cannon on a ship looks like. What would I do with a Navy? Have I given any orders to anybody that you're aware of where the Navy has gone off and done my bidding? Clearly not. I think I think it's dumb that maybe
as you are talking,
me, but also
she stands up, opens the door, and walks out.
Great.
About 5 minutes go by.
I'm gonna heal myself, by the way.
You're gonna heal yourself.
No, don't
Should I not do
away
that
yet. Yeah, don't give that away yet. She'll come back in and be like, "Why the fuck isn't your finger broken?"
Fucking fine. Okay, great, fine. Okay. Jesus Christ. I would have run this by Garrett, I guess. I mean, I assume he's still on the phone somewhere.
Yeah, you're like, what the fuck do I do?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. So about 5 minutes pass, she comes back in with a small wooden cup, places it in front of you. Drink this and you are free to go.
Oh, what is this?
At this point, she places a curved pig butchering knife next to it. You can choose which one you want.
What's in the cup?
Well, right now it's your life.
You offered me a choice. The knife or what's in the cup, and I'd like to know what's in the cup.
Think you're going to drink if you want to awaken to another dawn.
Do I think this is like truth serum?
Do you have any knowledge at all of poisons or anything? She's not hiding that there's obviously going to be something. So I don't know what you can intuit from that.
If it's like a potion or something, I imagine I would have experience with that. Like if it's an arcane thing. But if it's like if it's just like poison, then like probably no.
As a doctor, Samar should have some knowledge of stuff like that.
I would say
I'm a magical doctor. So.
Give me a int heal.
Beautiful.
See if it looks like it doesn't. It smells like some sort of mixture of herbs or something. But obviously, like, it is. You can't identify exactly what, but it's kind of pungent and a little on the thick side, like a thick, like brackish, like brownish green. And as you stare at it, examining it, your captor's hand starts to go to the knife.
Okay, I'm gonna fucking... Okay, I'd like to try something.
Okay.
This seems like a bad idea. But I don't think I have time to consult on this, so I'm just gonna try it. I have a broken finger on my hand. I would like to try to play this like I tried to grab it and it falls out of my hand.
Alrighty. I am going to need a charisma perform. Let's see how well you can sell this.
I mean, probably not well. Roll.
So you go to pick it up with your broken pinky on your left hand and drop it so that it spills.
Mm-hmm.
She just gives it. She
I think
doesn't
I like
say
to wince
just,
a little as I like.
just a big huff walks around you, and
sorry, you broke my finger.
you feel a blow on the back of your head and go unconscious.
Okay. I mean,
We'll be picking up on what's going on with Samar later.
Okay.
All right, so while Samar's in jail,
I'm a little bit worried about that, to be honest.
Nothing to worry about. Let's see what's going on elsewhere. Frey, after you got done helping set up everything with them, actually, I guess we should jump to see what Garrett's doing immediately after the Samar incursion. Garrett, you are making your way back to the Guarantine estate then?
Yeah, I'm doing my best to get back till it'll be like, hey, Samar's been arrested.
All right. Who stuck around at the Guarantine estate for more than an hour after the meeting in the morning?
So what I was gonna do was write a letter and then go visit that Violet Herald office that we went to before with the nice ladies.
The nice ladies with big guns, yes.
Yeah, the nice ladies with the big guns.
Okay, all right, so Mira will not be there. Frey?
I think Frey would be out as well because he would be seeing if he can go and visit Mr. Bright-Durant.
Okay, Frey is out. Lawrence is out. Well, Garrett, you got Streak!
All right. Garrett and Streak breaking down doors.
Oh boy. So yeah, you get back. Chester is there, and Streak is there. No one else is there.
Don't say anything to Chester, for fuck's sake.
That's gonna be so awkward for Streak.
Oh, I'm not there. I'm muting myself.
That's fine.
All right,
that's gonna be so awkward for Streak being stuck there with Chester. Hey Chester, do you know where Mira or Frey may have gone?
No.
Seeing as how they're not here.
Miss Mira was writing something and she headed off. I don't know. She's always busy. Much busier than when I was a kid. The other one, Frey, he just shakes his head. He just headed off, didn't say anything. But I know friend Streak, he was in the back. I asked him what he was doing. He said, doing the rounds. Whatever the fuck that means.
He just likes to make sure that no one's gonna sneak up on us. Just guarding, that kind of stuff.
His
it's a
eyes
habit.
go
It's a
wide.
habit.
He just blinks a few times. Sure.
It's a habit.
Well, you guys did get one of her windows broken.
Exactly. If you'll excuse us for a second, Streak, can I talk to you?
Chester just gives a big sigh and motions for you guys, and Streak just kind of, what is it? It's still weird that we're right across the street from that.
Yeah, so Samar got arrested.
What?
Yeah,
you were gone for an hour.
We were going to investigate to see what's going on with Zane. We figured he'd be down by the docks or on his ship. Well, it turns out Zane may have tried to kill a lieutenant of the Soldiers of the Blue, and we were trying to get some more information about what was going on with that, and Samar got arrested for apparently being a person of interest for knowing some of this stuff and having some paperwork with
So what are we
Zane's
supposed to do?
name on it. That's a very good question. I was thinking maybe we could stop in to see our old friend there, and hey, while we're here, see if maybe he could pull some strings to get Samar out. But
What old friend?
Hosman.
Who? Oh! I guess. Well, would he help us?
Make it a goal.
He should at least be able to give us some information about what went down, even if he can't directly help us.
Okay. What do you need me for?
I'm filling you in on what's going on.
Okay.
Does Mira still have both earrings? Do you know?
I don't know. Does she
Okay.
still... Does Mira wear earrings? Besides those. She probably has a
I don't think-
lot.
I don't.
Have you
I
seen
don't
how
think
much
I've ever
clothing she
seen-
carries?
I don't think I've ever seen Mira wear any earrings aside from those.
Shriek just shakes his head. I don't know.
I know you don't really pay attention to that.
I'm not... There still could be people who know me here. I need to...
Lay low.
At least
Okay.
for now.
That's fine. I think if basically if Mira or Frey come back, let them know what's going on. And I think what I'll do is I'll head down to the Soldiers of the Blue and I'll talk with Grace and just be like, hey, just as a heads up, we got a friend who might be coming by later to talk to you about renovating Riverstone Keep and where's some good places to get some supplies. By the way, I heard there was a bit of a to-do with some of the Vicanian forces. Do you know what's going on with that?
As you get finished saying all that, Shriek just gives a couple of absent-eyed blinks. Okay, I'll tell them all that. Definitely.
Okay. So.
And, you head out, I guess.
Yeah.
All right. And as you head out and the party deals with this, we're going to go ahead and take a quick 2-minute break. Well, you'll get to know now. If you want to know, you stay until after the session and I will tell you what it was.
I want to know how Lawrence's business goes.
Well, we will find out because there's plenty of time while Garrett has to... What is Garrett doing, actually?
I wanted to see Oslo and basically
Okay.
just be like, hey, how are you doing? Just wanted to check in while we were here.
Okay. So you head to the Soldiers of the Blue office.
Yeah.
You are told the Quartermaster Grayson Hoslow is in a very important meeting and will not be taking anyone. They are willing to write down a message, your name, and he will be able to get back to you, though they are not expecting him to be available until after his shift is over, sunset-ish.
Okay. I will leave my name, let him know that Garrett was looking to check in. We had wanted to talk to him about a bit about Riverstone Keep, and they can send me a message at the Guarantine Estate.
Great.
And that is unfortunate because that doesn't help in any way, shape, or form. And I will head back and try to keep an ear out with what's going on with Samar.
Kitty?
Yes, Alex, we hear you. So thank you for once again letting more people know that you guys are staying at the Guarantee Estate. Very helpful.
Gosh, I'm sure glad I'm not staying at the Guaranteed Estate.
Nah, Samar's busy selling you out to keep it even.
I heard about that.
Oh.
Yeah, but they didn't get my name from being with Samar.
Yeah.
They just got my face.
Yeah. So anyway, with that, you make your way. I imagine it's after you leave here that you're like, coaching Samar who's like, what the fuck do I do? You're like, well, don't fucking heal yourself. And then 2 minutes later, well, fucking don't antagonize this crazy bitch who's about to slit your throat.
Right, don't antagonize or drink the... Oh, shit.
And then
connection
just
went
immediately,
dropped.
connection
Lost.
dropped. Yep.
That's scary.
Oh, motherfuck.
So, yeah, that's,
If I rolled well on performance, that would have been cool.
Mira! Alex!
Yes.
It's a miracle! We're gonna go see what Mira's doing. It's gonna be lots of fun. Mira is heading to the Violet Herald.
Yeah, I guess no one is coming with me.
Yeah, everyone's split up. Streak's paranoid, and your adopted son is busy being a bodyguard.
Yeah, I will just go all alone.
You make your way in where you see Miss Best, who is still there behind the counter, much like she was. She looks exactly the same as she was some months ago when you were last here, and she just gives that, welcome to the... Mira Tyrell.
Hello.
To think you weren't coming back.
Of course I was. Just been, busy. A lot has been going on.
She gives a smile at that. If we have a letter for you. And she gives like this big, wide, excited smile.
Dude, same.
And she heads into the back. You hear rifling and then arguing between her and Miss Schwartz. And eventually she comes back out. It is a mess back there right now. We have lost some porters of late, and well,
I've heard things have been complicated here. That there was some things going on.
there have been a lot of things going on. But you need not worry. We are well and truly safe here. Violet Herald is a respected, independent company that uses the backing of Vicania to make sure we can get away with whatever we want. And she gives a little smile. Much more importantly. Much more important. Mr. Bovan was by about a month ago.
Oh, I'm sorry I missed him. She looks like genuinely sad about that.
Well, CBP is thriving, but unfortunately, porters are in rare supply and good horses even rarer. So he's been taking on some of the load himself. I think he enjoys it. And, well,
That does sound like him.
on top of that, I believe he received some mail about your resurrection into the world of the living again.
I think I left a letter for him, yes. I did bring another, actually.
She gives a smile at that. Well, we here at the Violet Herald are always in the business, but you need not pay. We're always welcome.
Are you sure?
She gives a little nod. We can always have Mr. Bovan pay on receipt.
Oh, I could never make him do that.
We can. She gives a smile at that.
So did she bring me something? Or?
Yes, she was bringing you a letter. Which she is pulling out, and she, like, goes through, and it says, it's just got, like, in that inimitable, like, mega cursive handwriting of Bovan, it just says on the folded outside, Miss Tyrell.
Gimme.
One second here. Let me go ahead and get the details pulled up. I had it. You know what? You gotta wait till you get home to read it, right?
I guess, but I mean, I had something that I was gonna say to him, so if I was gonna, like, if I read it and he said something and I wanted to reply, I would want to amend what I was gonna say, so. I mean, it makes sense to me to look at it right now. If that is cool.
Yeah, okay, no. I was just trying to do a delay thing while I tried to figure out where the hell it is, because it's not listed in Discord. I don't know where I wrote it. I might have to make this one up as I go.
If there was nothing especially important, then we could save it for later, but there might be. I don't know.
Wait 1 second. Is it on my wiki? I never put shit like this on my wiki. Where is it? Oh no. It might have been in, like, notes that didn't get transferred over in Foundry. I never do these notes in Foundry either. This should be in Discord. I'm searching. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. Now I'm the fuck up. I'm sorry.
Walker stare. Say it with me, Alex.
No.
My God. It's not in my hidden mirror notes, which is exactly where it should be. It's not in my quick notes, which is where I would normally write this thing when I have an initial idea. What the fuck? This is very unfortunate. We will come back to it because I'm gonna keep looking. Bah humbug. I'm sorry.
Oh, if you want to skip to someone else, or
yes,
like,
I will give you the gist.
Okay.
As I remember it, it was a very, like, short, no more than a few paragraphs. Very, like, it was handwritten, which.
Like, is there non-handwritten?
I mean, yeah, the printing press exists.
I guess. People got typewriters?
I need to double check on that.
Lawrence had a newspaper when you met him.
Okay, but printing press and typewriters are different.
No, not typewriters. But, so yeah, I digress. Yeah, printing press is very different. But either way, it is, like, handwritten in the fancy way that he writes. And it talks about how he has been so frustrated with the lack of information, and he wants to hear all about your journey, and he's convinced that this decade that you were gone, you will have infinite stories about your successes. And he's eager to hear each and every one of them. And he does not besmirch you disappearing. He knows you would only do it for a great reason.
I don't remember. I don't have it written. I don't think I have it written down anywhere if I said that I was locked in a fucking basement in the first letter.
I don't believe you did. I believe you said, like, something happened, you were captured or something, but...
I don't remember. I'll see if I have it written down later, but, you know, yeah, game time. But was that it?
It ends with him saying, essentially offering you a job, and then at the end, no, I'm not kidding, I'll pay you double what I used to. Triple, even. Please, I need help. I need good help.
Okay, I will just, I mean, I didn't have it written down already, but I'll just do an amend, like a PS on my letter. Right.
Okay.
Hand it over to the lady. I'll write that down later, like not right now. And then I'll just be like, are you sure everything has been all right here? Some of the things I heard were not very good.
About the attacks on the offices? Or...
Yes.
Well,
I mean, I know that probably doesn't really have very much to do with you, but, scary things happening in town is not good for anyone.
she just gives a somber nod. Yes, well, the Violet Herald will still be here, though. In times of war, people need to talk to each other.
Guess that's true. I mean, that was mostly what I was here for. Let me double check what my to-do list was. Okay, this is the wrong channel. 1 second. Okay, here it is. Oh, the other thing that I wanted to know is if they had maybe heard anything about Cedric at all. I don't know if they would, but I think they were the ones who knew in the first place and told me about it, so.
About the arrest?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
Unfortunately,
just anything at all.
Unfortunately, there have not been any updates on Cedric.
Okay. Well, in that case, I will just wish them my best. Good luck with everything. Hope you don't have to shoot anyone else anymore. And that's probably about it.
So, you finish up your meeting there.
Yes.
And 1 second here. I think I found the letter. Sorry. Alright, I think this was like a rough draft, so I'm gonna kind of like, my dearest Mira, with this letter finding you, the light of the world has grown brighter once more. I cannot begin to put into words the weight lifted from my heart upon learning you were alive. Decade is a cruel thief and has stolen much, time, certainty, even peace, but never once my hope. Not once did I let go of the belief that one day I would hear from you again. I do not know what trials have kept you away, nor would I demand answers you are not yet ready to give. What matters is that you are here, and that, if you wish it, you will never be alone again. My home remains open to you as it always was, and my heart will always hold you as family. Write to me when you can, or better yet, come and let me see for myself that you are truly home. And with that home comes employment of the kind only you can fulfill. At double your base pay. Triple even. With unwavering affection, Claudia Bovon. There you go. That was
Love
definitely
that
not my
dude.
final one, but yeah.
Love that dude. Hope we get to meet him someday. Yeah.
Fun fact, in our other Discord server, I have a random notes and things. I mistakenly put it in there instead of my quick notes. So that was my mistake. Whoops. It's normally where I post things like Dark Souls screenshots and links I want to send you later, Alex. Oh. But I digress. With that, what's Lawrence doing?
Well, outside of the Squidquart stuff, it's just taking care of getting the supplies today.
Oh, okay. Well, you have an easy day then. Not a lot to do, unfortunately.
Yeah, Colin's probably leisurely. He has a nice dinner at a restaurant that he's not been able to eat at for a little while because it's a little too expensive.
Just having
He
a
thinks
nice...
about whether or not he should invite the others for drinks tomorrow before they leave. Maybe somewhere nicer so Mr. Farrak can actually enjoy the drinks.
Well, in that case, we finally make it to Frey. What was that?
One of my favorite actual play podcasts. One of my favorite actual play podcasts is like whenever the party splits up, there's like one character who always is having the worst time, the other character's having a great time, and they're always just like, yeah, we're in two very different Ghibli movies right now. And like that's Lawrence is in like, you know, the nice ones.
Yeah, definitely.
Having a great time.
So, Frey.
Hopefully Frey's having a good time too.
Yeah, so Frey would be heading over to see if he can drop in on Mr. Raphael Breitron. He doesn't really have any like particular goals with it, just kind of like, you know, nurturing that connection.
Okay. So let me go ahead and see. Thank you for letting me know because it gave me a chance to actually figure out what he is doing right now.
No problem.
So, yeah, the early warning on him, he is not quite a curveball, but he's not somebody I think about too often in the grand scheme of people that you guys are constantly fucking with the life of. So yeah, the Lord of Innovation, you eventually find that, he seems like he is on a, not extended leave, but he is on a, at least minor leave right now. It seems like he has had the birth of his 4th child and has taken some time off. So he is at his estate, where, he of course welcomes you warmly, and it is very relaxed. There's... Even for Frey, it probably feels a little bougie. There is a child that is like a month and a half old that currently has someone who is playing a very, like, light lute, just following this child around anytime the mother's carrying him anywhere, anything. There is also another servant who is constantly carrying food around. But, once you kind of, like, introduce yourself, Lord Bright Durant just kind of comes over and... Mr. Rock, how have you been?
Oh, I've been quite well, thank you. It's been some exciting travels, but it's good to be back here in Cortina Sol for however long it might be. Not terribly long, I'm afraid. But congratulations.
Oh, please. A congratulations is in order when you succeed at something. We've done the bare minimum for the Bright Durant family. He just laughs it off and... To what do I owe the pleasure?
Oh, I'd hope to to simply drop by, give my regards, see if you have any need of my services.
Unless you can tell me the future my son is going to have and when exactly he will be the success his father is, or the genius his mother is, well, that's about the only thing I could ask for at this point.
I would be happy to do a reading for your son, see what sort of path lies before him.
He seems excited by the prospect, and let me make sure that my wife is accepting enough of guests at this time to have the patience for it, or it may be something you have to do for me, and I will recant the tale to her at a later date.
Oh, of course. I would hardly wish to impose.
He heads off and comes back a moment later. They are finally getting some rest. So, unfortunately, the young prince is angry most of the time, so I would not wish to wake him. Would you be able to do a reading without him present?
I mean, I have to... It just means I might need a bit more of your help, but yes, quite possible.
He seems absolutely tickled at this. And sits back. Whatever you need, Mr. Brock. Whatever you need.
Excellent. And Frey is going to start basically setting up to do a reading for him. He'll do a legit reading.
Ooh.
For this one, though. He might kind of, shift the meaning he tells from them, kind of, based on the man's reactions, and Frey would kind of keep a conversation going through this, kind of subtle suggestions here and there, kind of his regular act to keep people hooked, see what kind of interests them, what information they can unknowingly give him, that whole sort of thing.
Okay. All right, and go ahead and give me a charisma perform. Let's see how Frey sells it.
Okay.
I'm gonna predict a 9.
Charisma convince, you said?
Perform.
Perform.
I would never predict something so low as a 9 on a convince. Ugh. I was close.
Close.
You were very close.
I was feeling a 9. I don't know why. There was a 9 in there, and I was weaseling my way into it. Alas. You spend a while. Would you like the results of the reading, since you are doing it legitimate, or?
Yeah, sure. Let's see what they say.
All right. So I will give you all of it, just as opposed here, and let you kind of intonate as you want. It's an interesting one.
All right. If you'd like, you could jump to a scene with somebody else, because I'll need a moment to go for this.
Sure. Garrett. You have left your attempted meeting. Something has happened and Samar is no longer responsive. What in the fuck are you doing? Wait a minute. Garrett knows what's going on. Garrett's stressed. I need to fix this. There we go. Garrett, you're stressed. What are you doing?
Yes. God. As David, I don't know what I'm doing. I tried to get in touch with everyone, but everyone's gone. I tried to get some inside information, but I can't.
You've got Clan Master Streak. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Garrett could look for others.
Yeah, short of kicking down the door to the cops. Oh, God. Yeah, I would maybe try to find Lauren, since he was the last one who he's a poison guy. I would head to let's see, if he's not at he's probably not at I know you discussed where you actually went, but Garrett doesn't know where you went. So he's probably not at the hotel, not the hotel, but the inn.
Could he feasibly find Lawrence if he looks? Robert.
Where would Lawrence have... Lawrence was, like, out shopping?
Yeah, so I would have been looking towards, like, the
I will
outfitters
say,
and stuff.
Garrett, give me a int connect.
I can certainly give you an int connect. Change that from charisma to int. We're gonna give that a riggedy roll, and I'm gonna re-roll that.
Expert.
Yeah. A four is not finding Larry, but a 9 certainly fucking is.
Yep.
Oh. You do a little bit of asking. There's only so many places where someone's going to be able to set up for 2 months of rations for a bunch of people and get that purchased within a day. Being a wayfinder, knowing that, it's not hard to follow his tracks from there. Where you find him having a pleasant conversation with someone he has met on the street, seemingly making a deal, has made a deal with, worked with. You couldn't say, but it's as pleasant as any conversation you've seen him in. Just, on the street outside of where he was purchasing everything.
Lawrence, can I talk to you for a second here? It's a little important.
Certainly, Mr. Viacourt. No, friend, we'll have to catch up with you later. But tell your wife I said hi. And gives him some, winning smile before seeing what Garrett needs.
As you guys are like turning it, my wife saw you 3 days ago. Okay.
So I will arm around the shoulder and start walking and kind of like whisper. So Samar's been arrested, and it looks like they were about to drink some kind of potion or something at the direction of this interrogator, and next thing I know, I lost connection with them. Apparently they can talk into our minds as a form of long-distance communication. I don't know anything about potions or not, but does anything like this sound familiar to you? And I will read out the I will give him the description that you gave. It was like herby and sludgy and
like a brownish green. Yeah.
Oh, is the interrogator what's her name? Who was the commander that we ran into?
You wouldn't know that.
I wouldn't know that.
Nah, you're reading chat while you're in a scene. You're breaking the rules.
I am. This is out of character.
I know.
For personal reference.
So, out of character, you met her during the Soldiers of the Blue announcement ceremony and party.
Right. It's.
Don't worry about it. We have too much to get through. We have way too much to get through.
Yeah.
Like,
no, I know.
We're 3 hours in, and you guys haven't left the city yet.
I think, Garrett's never really noticed, Lawrence be surprised or anything before. Most of it's always just, smile or something a little more neutral. And while his, facial expression doesn't change a ton, you actually can see this close through his glasses. His eyes are, wide as you're explaining this to him. I'm not... That's quite a lot. Mr. Viacourt. Were you rabble-rousing, or what happened exactly?
So, I don't believe we told you, but a friend of ours, Zane, Valari, who's in charge of the Valari Mercenary Co., which is basically the Vulcanian Navy, has been arrested, and we were trying to figure out what the heck happened. And due to some connections between them, Samar was brought in for questioning.
And you were sought out to be they were sought out to be arrested, or?
Well, we were trying to get onto the ships in the harbor to try to talk to Zane, because where would Zane be except on his ship, right? That would be a pretty logical place to look, don't you think? And we weren't allowed to because they're under interdict. So we were stopped by the soldiers of the someone from Sacred Blade, which basically at this point is also Soldiers of the Blue. They kind of merged. So we were stopped by them, and they were questioning us about what we were doing there, and yeah.
And they arrested you as you were told it was off limits, or arrested them?
Basically, we were told it was off limits, and that, why are we trying to get to the ship? So we're like, oh, well, we're trying to find out what happened to the commander, because we were trying to get a message to him, or we know him, or something like that. And so we can't talk to him at all, we can't get a message to the fleet. They're like, no, why are you trying to get a hold of the commander? Like, who is he to you? And then so I'm like, well, all right, they're like, yeah, he assaulted a lieutenant of the Sacred Blade of the Soldiers of the Blue, and so he's been arrested and held, and no one can get to the ships or talk to him until someone who's in charge can negotiate for him. So it's like, hey, we have a parchment that says, Samar has some powers in Zane's name. Maybe this will help us. And then when we showed them that, they arrested Samar.
So I understand you. Dr. Samar has claimed to be associated with a man who was, who accosted a lieutenant?
Yes.
Or an officer of some kind. That does not seem to be a wise choice.
Yeah, yeah, it's a...
I see, and you came...
Well, it was to attempt to, represent him to negotiate on his behalf, you know what I mean? As a... Versus
so,
yeah. But anyways,
you are... real quick, Vicania's the art one, Robert?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Vicania's medieval France.
Yeah, still getting the hang of the
I know.
Yeah.
So
you'll get there.
Your company works for Vicania then?
Yes, yeah, his company is contracted to Vicania as
yours.
Naval. I don't know, it's not my company. It's his company. Zane's company.
The Fortunes Accord.
No.
But one of your members represents the leader of the Vicanian Navy.
Yeah.
I love every time you have to explain something to Lawrence, and it sounds like the most insane shit ever to happen.
Lawrence glances behind them, wondering if there's the rest are gonna go, gotcha! At any moment.
You're
he
on punks.
looks back, expression pretty serious, and you came to me to ask about some kind of
Oh shit, I figured if anyone out of any of us that we knew that we could trust would know something about weird potions and poisons and whatnot, it may or may not be you, because there was some serious hinting about it earlier that you knew stuff. I'm assuming you're some kind of alchemist or something.
Are you referring to when I mentioned we'd be fine medically between the three of us? I mean, I did act as the ship's doctor for a time. That was after the previous one died, mind. But so what was this?
It was so basically at the end of the interrogation, which wasn't going particularly well for Samar. He was given a choice: either the knife, which would probably kill him with, or he was supposed to drink this from this cup. And the stuff.
So you want to know what
he
they
could've-
drank?
Yeah, I want to know what he could have drunk, or well, they could have drunk.
Could have? Is he been killed? Also, did you say that they communicated to you in your minds?
Yes, they have the ability to voluntarily. You have to allow it. Communicate in your mind.
Huh. That's right. So what was this potable we were referring to? He describes it, I assume.
Yeah, it was basically herby and
Yeah, that's fine. You go into the
and like
description.
sludgy.
Yeah.
I would like you to give me a Garrett, I would like you to give me a wisdom heal to try and see like how well you were able to understand based on vague descriptions and like what you can intonate. Holy shit. All right, and now I need an int heal from this is I was gonna say it's gonna be really hard, but Lawrence, go ahead and give me an int heal. See if based on its description you have any idea what this could be. What the fuck, you guys?
Shrug.
What the fuck? It.
I'm so happy that I rolled a 14.
Like,
because I already used my reroll.
The way it was described as like pungent and like the unique like brownish green color and it being kind of small, Lawrence, the best you could wager, it's probably something that would like knock you out for a few hours or more, depending on how much is ingested or how like concentrated it is, where like nothing is getting you up. Like it's essentially temporary death.
Lawrence kind of mulls over briefly like a few different herbs, maybe some of which Garrett knows of or has heard of. Because they're, oh no, can't be this, maybe that. Now, mind, I'm not a gambling man, but if I had to bet, I would say it must be something that would knock someone out, keep them down for a time.
That's what I was kind of leaning towards. I'm assuming with a 14 roll, Garrett would know a little something, but would want to verify. But I wasn't for sure. Especially since the connection cut out, I just at this point I don't even know what to do. On one hand, I don't want to leave them in jail. On the other hand, since they were being given the option of drinking this potion or dying, I'm assuming that the potion would lead to them being alive still.
Now, did you mentioned would have? What do you mean by that? What this potion, what this medicine would have done?
Well,
what do you mean by that?
I'm guessing. I don't know. All I know is the connection was cut off. I don't know if they actually drank it or not. They were being given this choice, and it was communicated to me that they were being given this choice, and I was trying to say option 1 is get knifed, option 2 is drink the potion. You drink the potion.
Clearly.
And as I was saying that, the connection just cut. I couldn't feel their presence of that communication channel in my mind anymore. So I don't know what happened. Like I said, the interrogation apparently wasn't going very well. And Samar can be a little, for lack of a better word, sassy.
A bad thing to be in the face of authority, especially the guild.
Yeah. So I don't know if they got what happened. I don't think they died.
Well, the first thing that you should do is take a deep breath. He kind of like, I think he has like a satchel or something on his side. He puts his hand in, digs around, pauses. Do you smoke, Mr. Viacourt?
I do not. I do not.
He takes the hand out. Let's see. Firstly, calm down, take a few deep breaths, and you to ask.
Yeah, I don't usually lose my cool like this. It's just we've had someone, we had Rohan die recently, and I was in a similar situation where I couldn't do much but look, and I think it's still, I don't usually get the jitters like this.
There's a faraway look in Lawrence's eyes for a moment before he, is back in the now. I understand what it's like to lose those you're close to. But you need to ask yourself if an attempt to assist would be worth the lives of the others you seem very fond of. Because any attempt you do make to resolve this situation could implicate those you are with.
Right. We have a friend who works for the Soldiers of the Blue, who originally sold us the Riverstone keep property. So I did try to see them just to be like, hey, we have someone who may be stopping in to see about renovating Riverstone Keep, and if you know anyone who can help with that in your job as quartermaster, but also like, hey, I've heard there's been some crazy things going on. Can you talk about it just to see if maybe I could get a little information? But they weren't available. I did give them a way to contact me, so hopefully I'm hoping we can get some information from them. I don't expect them to be able to release anyone. That's a bit of a favor to be asking. But
And when do you expect to speak with this person?
It wouldn't be until sunset.
Then, my recommendation to you, Mr. Viacourt, is that you find a nice place to sit down, get something to drink, wait for it, and trust that your associate won't do anything stupid, won't implicate themselves further, and will still be alive by the time you're done. Because the alternative could very well end very badly for the people you care for.
Right. Part of me wants to go in and just kick the door in and unload on some people and rescue them, but we can't do that. We would need an army to do that. We don't have one.
Or a long time to prepare.
Right. Unless we fancy a swim getting to the ships, but then that turns into an international incident with Vacania invading Vreeland, and that's even worse.
How would it look if the husband of the Duchess were to do such a thing?
Well, I'm not the husband of the Duchess, so don't worry about that.
Oh, did I misunderstand? What was he not?
I am the husband of the Duchess's cousin.
Hang on.
One of several cousins.
Who is related to Duchess? That is William's fault. Okay.
Yeah.
Husband of the Duchess's family is what Lawrence would have said. How would that look?
Yeah, that would not be a good look. It would be a very serious international incident.
I'm no politician, but I think you're correct.
That being said, personally, fuck Vreeland, but
Lawrence laughs for the first time in this conversation.
But yes, well, you know what? While we're here, why don't we get a drink? Find a establishment with a pub or something, and have, I don't know, a drink or lunch or something.
Of course, my friend. On me. Let's go.
Oh, all right.
He means on Gary.
Wait, when you say Gary, do you mean Garrett or
No, Gary as in Gerald Garvin.
Okay.
Garvin.
Or Garvin.
Jesus,
I correct
William.
myself. I correct myself.
Garrett has been called Gary.
No, the most recent Gary. Most recent relevant Gary.
And also Gare Bear.
Yep. Yeah. Lawrence will treat Garrett and try to keep his mind off things, but not be too flippant or anything.
So, with that, you guys settle down, have a nice, comfortable lunch. Probably later lunch, but, you know, better late than never. And Frey, you have a reading.
Yes. So Frey definitely takes a little while going over the results. Kind of like talking his way through them bit by bit. As he's going, kind of like, brush against some of the more negative parts of this. Can he get a sense if that would like put Bright Durant off from what he's doing, or if he's kind of like really seriously looking for advice and guidance, even in the face of the scarier things that might be revealed?
Give me a wisdom into it.
Okay. 13.
Ronnie, we need to talk about your roles. Like, do you remember when fucking Adarsh came back with a character that has 4d6 expertise and still doesn't roll as good as you?
Yep.
Hey, I did roll those 3 ones that one time.
That one time!
That one time.
And it was still like a 6!
Yep.
What the fuck, Ronnie?
That's not even Frey's good skill.
Yeah, that's what makes it ridiculous. It's not Frey thing, it's a Ronnie thing. She's always rolled stupid good.
I'm
That
sorry.
was 10 months ago. You can't be like, oh, I rolled that 10 months ago.
Well, it was a big deal.
Well, listen, it's only happening once in the campaign. We have to remember the one time.
Right.
On
Don't we have it pinned?
July 20th, 2020, or I'm sorry, May 20th, 2024 at 12:09 a.m., almost a year ago.
Yes, we do have a pin.
Yes, I have it pinned. I digress. This man is looking for genuine guidance. Like, he is not one to shy away from things. He's not looking for yes men or people who are going to tell him what he wants to hear. He, like, comes off as someone who really wants more than anything. Like, he is willing to do anything to give his family the best chance possible at all times. Including, some nice latent future divination from Frey.
All right. So Frey starts with that centermost card, tapping on it lightly with his finger. Your child, he will meet great success. He is going to do great things, and he'll be recognized for it. He'll be celebrated for it. However, there is danger in that. There is the danger of growing too attached to it, growing too attached to that image, and then being unable to let it go, even if things may turn, of clinging to glory, clinging to a version of himself that he may need to someday grow beyond, or else see his world shatter around him. It does not mean that is a guarantee. It does not mean that there's only doom in in the future, just that there are lessons to be learned. And there is a humility that you yourself can foster in him.
There is this, like, as you talk, Lord Great Durant, he has this, like, he pays attention, but he also, like, his gaze gets, like, hard and just, like, elsewhere. Like, his mind is listening, but he is, like, transporting himself at the same time as he listens. And every detail, every intonation, he just, like, will occasionally give a nod and just... But Your Worship, for all of his trials and tribulations, for all of the... He kind of shakes his head. All of the things you see him going through. He will come out a great man. Is that true? Is that really genuinely true?
It is what I see. It is a path that's laid out. There will be trials. You yourself have experienced such trials yourself, the difficulties of being in the position that you're in.
He just narrows his eyes, and there's much that must be considered. How do I prepare him for this world? How do I prepare him for the troubles that he will see? He just shakes his head and waits.
I think with this, Frey would lay out a new spread of cards focused on that question, on how to best guide the boy son.
Is that going to be another real reading?
Yeah, it'll be another real reading.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. I'm really excited to see how Frey spins this one.
Okay. You may jump to add somebody else if you'd like.
Lawrence is regaling Garrett of a story of a trip him and his caravan went between Saris and Kraloon that was particularly eventful, where they happened across some bandits who he was able to talk down and have dinner with or some shit like that before just them letting him go. There you go. There's a little ad lib for you.
All right.
Well, in my experience with bandits, they don't. The last couple experiences I've run in with bandits is they tend to not want to walk away, and you have to fight your way out.
Oh, please, don't get me wrong. I would have, if it was necessary. But, well, I feel like I've done enough of that in my time. Well, enough of that for a lifetime. So if I can help it, I'd prefer not to.
Yeah, I feel that we try to avoid it, and yet somehow it always seems to come back.
Meanwhile, Mira. What were you
Yes?
doing after your letters? Anything else heading back?
Everything else on my to-do list had to do with the guarantine, so I'll return.
All right, you get back where Strieg lets you know. So, Samar got arrested and Garrett almost did, and he was going to find a way to get them out and need to go talk to people. I think he was going to talk to the quartermaster guy? Hoslow. Yeah, Hoslow.
Oh. I don't know if Mira would know where to go looking for him.
And no one else has been back?
I don't really know where I would go to find him. Guess I could stay here.
He gives
That
a
way
shrug.
they would know where to find me, at least.
I mean, it's safe here now. I've seen one. There was this one guy on horseback. He's passed the house like 3 times, but I think he's just a guard with Sacred Blade or something.
I guess I'll stay and wait.
Gives a nod. I'll keep an eye out.
Regretting not handing out the earrings once more. And don't forget next session too.
So, Frey, do you have a reading for
I do.
the good Lord of Innovation?
So Frey, he looks over the cards. Definitely a serious look on his face. It will not be an easy path, and there are those who may surround him in the future, a bad influences misleading him.
He, as you say that, like his eyes, is it me? Should I? And like he's nearly in tears, like looking over at the shut door. Should I be away from him?
Frey. That is... Let's just go deeper. Please sit with me upon the floorless, clear space here. And Frey is going to start setting up for read omens.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
So basically, he is going to he'll ask if Lord Brightron can like have any like servants or people fetch things like crystals, incense.
Of course.
If I could potentially get ritual materials that cost at least 100.
Yeah,
pieces.
you'd be able to do that.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Because that'll give me a bonus to my roll.
All right.
And basically he is going to sit within the circle with Lord Brightron, meditating on this question. of if the child would be better off without him. If him leaving will save the child from going down a dark path.
All right. This is a really fun... Like, this was supposed to be fun. Oh, we're catching up. Oh, now you're about to break up a family, Frey. What the fuck?
So that is a secret charisma perform check with an extra +1.
You get an extra +1.
It's funny because in real life this would be deeply irresponsible, but Frey actually can tell the future, so it is like, actually, I guess this is good.
Wow, okay. I need to figure out how to... Oh, boy. How the fuck do I process this?
I would like to flavor his read omens as him getting, like, weird, like, kind of fragmented, like, vision sort of thing.
Yeah, you get these feelings that the situation that you posited is Lord Breitdurant staying with his son, correct?
If his basically if he leaves, would not save his son from going down a dark path.
You get these feelings, these emotions, these moments of frustration and heartbreak, these emotions of being abandoned, and they grow more and more distant. And these feelings of... You end up with these feelings of hatred towards a family that doesn't want you, a family that never could, but a satisfying, successful, fulfilled life.
So does that all culminate in the sense that he won't go down this dark path even if his father leaves?
It seems like being separated from his father is good for him. Not for a long time, but eventually he will have a fulfilled, satisfying life.
Ray, I think he shudders with the vision. These sensations, kind of like just seeing like these flashes, fragments, almost like a play in his mind, disjointed. And there is a faint glow to his eyes as he opens them. And he asks him, Lord Durant, you truly wish to know the answer?
Yes, of course. As I said, I would do anything for them. Anything for him, anything for my others. Just want to give my family the best chance. Same as I was given.
He gives he lets out a sigh. Definitely a grimness about him. There'll be anger, hatred, not understanding why you left, not understanding what happened, feeling alone, discarded. But from that he will find strength. From that he will grow to become someone who can strive against all those terrible things.
I send him away then. And you see just tears well up in his eyes, and he brushes back his hair and shakes his head. You truly see his future, Mr. Varrock.
I do.
And the heartbreak gives way to relief. Thank you. Thank you so much for what you have given me. For what you have given him. And he stands up and he, like, not quite wobbly, but definitely a little just, it takes him a minute to, like, catch himself on his feet. I must speak with a little. My servants will see you out.
Of course. I am sorry. If you have any need of me,
I will find you. And he is not even meeting your eyes at this point. He just keeps walking.
Frey definitely feeling rather torn over this whole thing. Slowly cleans up the materials, and I guess he will be showed out.
And after a moment, make your way outside, and they thank you again for everything you have done for their Lord Bright Durant. And yeah, it's been a hot few hours. Like, it's ritual, conversation, reading after reading, heavy emotional beating. Time fucking flew by, and it's been hours. It's close to sundown almost. Like, it's like 4 or 5 o'clock now. And, yeah, you, I assume at this point we'll be making your way back to the Guarantines.
Very, very drained after all of that. Yeah, I think he'll make his way back to the Guarantines.
What an awful ability Frey has. That's horrible.
I really did not expect this visit to go. I just like, we're just gonna like.
I've done this.
You broke up a family with a loving father. You could have lied to him, Ronnie.
Abilities are horrible.
I had to. His son was going to turn into like the next big bad of the setting.
Yeah, you could have lied to him in like 4 years when you guys are fighting fucking Timothy Bright Durant, the god of cannons or something. I could be like, remember when Ronnie didn't lie? Wow, here's what happens. Oh. I digress, though. What a lovely little bit of happenstance. For the sake of narrative brevity, it has been a tiresome, like, 6 or 7 hours in-game. But eventually, Frey, you make your way back to the Guaranteed estate, where you are informed by Mira and Strieg about what's going on. And Garrett, you and Lawrence spend some time waiting. Eventually, what is your plan? Hoping he shows up at the Guarantee estate after sundown?
Or that he sends a message that we can meet somewhere.
So you're heading back to the Guarantee estate as well.
Lawrence will escort him.
All right. So you guys would probably get back before Frey, actually. So you would have been, the full, like, hey, here's what's going on. Everyone gets a minute to exchange it and figure out what your plan would be. But, if Lawrence wanted to wait around and they're cool with it, he could. Otherwise, heading back. Survey says...
Lawrence offers his condolences for the challenging situation to the others. It sounds more genuine when he says it, I promise. And he'll stay long enough to see if there's any news before leaving at a polite hour.
All right. And shortly after Lawrence leaves, that's when Frey would get back, and Frey, you would be informed of somehow worse things happening than you breaking up a family.
Yeah, Frey is already looking exhausted, and just hearing about this latest trouble that Samar has gotten themselves into, he's just... Do we think... what's going to happen to them? Will they be able to... I mean, what are our options?
Well, I left some information for Grayson to contact us, mostly just to be like, hey, what's going on? Not, hey, can you get our friend out of jail? Because that's a pretty big ask. So I'm hoping to maybe get some more information from them. But I mean, short of trying to break in and free them, which doesn't seem like a good idea. I don't have any other ideas.
It certainly seems the thought of trying to break them out seems like an impossible task.
Right.
And it sounds like they've dug themselves in very deep.
Yeah, it was all... We were just trying to find out what was going on with Zane. Didn't realize that he actually assaulted someone and then got himself thrown in jail.
Well, maybe the best thing for the moment is to wait to hear from whatever their name is.
Grayson Hoslow.
Thank you. Yes. Mr. Hoslow. With any luck, maybe he'll be able to help.
And speak of the devil. Samar. Yeah, weren't expecting that bait and switch, were you?
Nope.
Samar, you have this shooting pain in the back of your hand, or back of your head, and all of your fingers are throbbing in pain. And you open your eyes and it's just darkness for the most part.
Okay.
And you just you feel this horrid bitter taste in your mouth.
Oh, fuck me. Okay.
Question. How much drugs has Samar do?
Probably a fair bit.
Okay.
I mean, not like they don't. I don't think they like have a habit, but they're like, you know, they can party.
You would recognize it as very potent laudanum. And
okay,
everything feels weird. Like you're having like a pseudo out-of-body experience where like everything wants to pull away, but then there's this throbbing pain in your hands and the back of your head that like pull your body back together. Yeah, it's like I said, not quite pitch black, but pretty dark. You're in a room somewhere. It's wood and disheveled. There's some broken 2x4s nearby.
Okay. Am I shackled?
You are not. And upon examination, you can see your hands up to almost your elbows are covered in blood and slashes from a knife. In between your fingers, all up and down them. Just all of these slashes.
I'm still at 7 hit points. Okay, well,
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me fix that.
thanks. Okay, great.
That's better.
Okay, great. Oh, okay, wait, do I...
Oh, your system straight's maxed out.
Interesting. Okay. Well, I can't heal myself. Can I just walk around the room and make sure that it's like it is completely sealed? There's no openings or anything to the outside that I'm missing.
So you stand up and just like catching, like there is throbbing pain, like the palms of your hands are cut as well, like all the way to the fingertips. So just steadying yourself is incredibly painful. But you can see there is a doorway with some collapsed wood that it looks like you could get out from under.
Did I wake up lying down?
Yes.
Do any of the wounds on me look like they would have killed me? Like, do I think that the person, like, do the wounds look like the person who left me here probably thought they had done enough damage to kill me?
Give me a wisdom heal. Yeah, wisdom heal.
Okay.
No, this was intentional. This was intentionally putting your body as much hell as possible without killing you.
Yeah. And you said there's a collapsed doorway that I could sneak out from.
Yeah, like there's like maybe like you'd have to like get on your hands and knees and like crawl under it, but like it's like collapsed in.
Okay. I'm gonna go lie back down in the position that I woke up in.
Okay.
And I'm going to call Garrett.
All right. Garrett, you get a knock on your brain.
I will answer that knock right away.
All right. Hello. Fuck. Ow. Hello. Ow. Okay.
You're alive. Okay.
Every syllable, even in your head, causes throbbing.
What? What happened? Where are you? Are you still at the prison?
I'm not sure. Oh, fuck. I am covered in cuts and I'm in bad shape. Let's put it that way. There's a way out of here, but it seems pretty obvious. You know? I think somebody's set it up so that I'll wake up and try to get out. And I don't know.
So you're thinking about that. Resting for a bit, recovering, and seeing what happens?
I don't know. I feel like
those sound like your two options. Either option A is you try and get out, or option B is you rest a bit and see what happens. I mean, the big thing is that you're alive right now. We didn't know what happened after you got arrested and just kind of cut off when you were given the choice between the knife and the drink. I talked with Lawrence, and it seems like the drink was some kind of knockout drug.
Okay, maybe I should have taken it then. Well, fuck. Okay, I worry that somebody might be watching me, because if they wanted me to escape, then I imagine that they're not letting me sit here unmonitored somehow if I don't escape, which makes me think that I don't know, if I don't do anything, they might feel like I'm, I don't know, not giving them what they want. But I guess that's still better than trying to leave.
I mean, can you heal yourself at all, or are you too injured for that?
I'm beat. I can't do any healing right now.
Okay.
Even talking to you lying down in this room is killing me. So, I mean, I guess you're right. I mean, I guess what could I really do other than walk out or stay here and try to get some rest?
So I would say maybe try to get some rest, stay in contact, you know, and then see if maybe heal yourself a little bit before trying to leave.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That makes sense.
If they are supposed to be watching you, I would not recommend coming back to the Guarantines. Maybe go back to the inn.
Yeah.
That you said you were staying at.
That makes sense. Yeah, we'll do.
Because that's where you said you were. So if you go somewhere else, it's going to be, you know, try to stick with the story as much as you can.
Yeah. Robert, okay.
Yes?
I know that my, like, far speech thing range is 5 miles.
Yes.
Does Summer know that?
I think, you know, it's limited. Like, you wouldn't know exactly 5 miles, but you know it goes pretty far, like, across a city. But you'd know it wouldn't go further than that.
Well, I mean, I'm asking because, hypothetically, I could use that to triangulate where I am.
I mean...
You know?
Yeah, you're somewhere in the city.
It's a little convoluted. But
you're somewhere in the city. You would know that because you're able to contact people.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, I meant like
if we go to 3 different parts in the city.
You would not know within. Well, that would be almost impossible to do without a modern GPS.
Yeah. Agreed. Yeah. I know.
So.
I gotta ask. Right? Okay, fair enough. Yeah, okay. I think you're right. I can't do. I feel like shit right now, so I can't do anything like this. Might as well take the smaller risk of staying here as opposed to the bigger risk of walking out, and I will make sure I don't come back to the Garantines. Cool. I am gonna use the refined restoration thing if I can, and like tend to myself. However, I need to hopefully lose some system strain before I sleep.
Yeah, so
or when I
there's
sleep.
only so much you can do without your healer's kit, but you could at least do that. So you're gonna try and sleep the night through there.
Yeah.
All right. With that, we are going to take one last quick break, and this one will be very quick, like 2 minutes max. Don't go too far, gang. Alrighty, so with that, Samar, you are not doing anything else immediately. You're going to be staying for the foreseeable future.
Yes. Wait, one thing. I will since there's not a full seal on the room, I will turn on my mind light thing just to make sure if there is anyone around.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
I mean, within 60 feet, it's not that far, but I do want to see if I can notice anyone.
That's
no.
a good one.
Maybe 10 minutes later while you're laying down, you do hear, like, what sounds like movement coming from a nearby street, like outside. 2 people talking. Maybe a wagon or something, like a squeaky wheel.
Are they talking about anything specific?
No, you can't make out the specifics. You're too far away, but, like, it's 2 distinct voices, and then you just hear, like, of, like, a squeaky wheel.
Okay. I will go to sleep.
Alright, meanwhile, what else? What is Frey, Mira, and Garrett, and I suppose Streak doing?
Well, I definitely let everyone know that Samar's alive. They're in what appears to be some kind of shack. They're gonna hang out a bit and rest rather than try to escape since they've been really beat up. But they'll keep in touch and hopefully no one burns the place down, I guess.
Worry.
Yeah. But at least we know they're alive.
Can't stop me from worrying.
They're in a shack.
They have a way to get out. The problem is, in order to get out, they'd have to crawl like under some timber by a broken open door. And like I said, they're really beat up. So that would be very painful for them. Plus, they get the feeling that the fact that they've been put there is because they want them to escape. So at the very least, they want to rest a little bit before they try.
Yeah, that sounds to me like they're not imprisoned anymore.
No, they're not in the prison anymore.
Maybe somewhere in the outskirts?
Or the slums is what I was thinking.
Yeah, the slum area where there's like a bunch of abandoned shit. That was a thing, right?
The dregs?
Yeah. Yeah, Frey would look over at Streak, and you know that area well, don't you?
I guess? I mean, I've been there. I don't know. I don't think I'd say I know it well. Listen, I would just sit somewhere where I was told and wait and take a shot.
If we could figure out where they were, but I suppose there's not much we can do until they're up again.
Exactly. I'm hoping once they're feeling better, they can slip out and see maybe where they are so we can meet up with them. I did tell them not to come back here directly in case like they were thinking the person wants them to escape so they can follow them. They told them they were staying at the same inn that you were staying at, Lawrence. So I said that they should head there. That way if they're being followed, at least they're sticking with the story.
Right, so
Oh, I do think when Garrett mentioned the inn, I would have said, "Oh, by the way, if anyone asks, I was sleeping with Lawrence."
Oh, he does say that if anyone asks, he was quote unquote sleeping with Lawrence. I don't know if that just means he was in the same room or what he's trying to. They're there. If that means they're still in the same room or what they're trying to insinuate.
Literally, the first session that Samar gets themselves into some fucking Rowan hijinks. That's all it took. Oh.
It really is. Good old times.
Anyway, so with that, is there anything else you guys want to do for the evening, or are you just going to tensely wait until morning when hopefully you get more information?
I guess wait around.
did Magnus ever come back?
That was the next thing I was gonna say.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot about him.
He did not.
Oh no.
Yeah, I thought him saying he had to go to work was him just leaving to avoid. Oh, maybe we should go bar crawling to see if we find Magnus.
I guess.
Do we? I suppose we could ask Hester if he knows what places Magnus likes to frequent.
Is he still here, or did he bail?
Chester bailed in the afternoon. Like, Chester was here looking for Magnus.
Fucking knew it.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're just in their fucking house while they're not here.
Didn't Frey and Magnus go drinking the last time they were in Fort Crucible, or did they only talk about that?
No, Magnus took him. I believe it was to the Moonlight Sip.
Okay. Yep. Well, yeah, let's go looking for... I just want to make sure he's okay. And Frey would suggest they start there.
All right. If you would like to...
I do think he took you to the Moonlight Sip to try to impress you, so that may not be his normal haunts. But yeah, we can definitely start there.
That's the only one I know of, so...
Why not?
If you would like to give me a Charisma Connect, let's see how much asking around at various bars can find you.
8.
I knew we would eventually have a mediocre roll. Just an 8. No hide nor hair of Magnus. They don't even recognize him as like a regular at the Moonlight Sip. You check a few more. He hasn't been in a bar in weeks.
Maybe he did go to work?
He got stolen.
I mean, I guess we could ask around the soldiers of the Blue.
I'm gonna try to stay away from them for now. Just in case they've passed description of me having been with Samar. By now it would have had some time to circulate.
Right, good idea. Mira, would you like to come with me?
Of course.
Right. We'll see if we have any luck finding him.
All right, you guys. All right, give me another int connect, Frey.
Oh,
I will help.
You're helping? All right, give me an int connect first, or any way you want to sell me on how you're helping. You go first then, Mira.
What in connect?
Unless there's something else you would do besides talking to people, like how would you assist?
I mean, yes, sure.
All right, in that case, give me a charisma connect.
Oh, okay. What did I said something totally.
All right, Frey, you're gonna get a +1 to your charisma connect.
Hey.
Hooray.
From Mira's help.
13.
Jesus. After a little while of asking around, you two are pointed to a small, not even officially an office, where apparently Magnus has been helping out, that apparently he's been seen at all day today.
Okay, cool.
It is
not stolen.
Yeah, it is in the, let me see here. It is out at the far, like, westernmost reaches of the harbor, near where it kind of butts up against the dregs.
Okay. I think Frey would, like, he'd want to head over there, but he would hesitate before going inside, looking over at Mira, and
Do you want me to stay outside?
I was...
I'm a bit
I mean, I don't
useless
know.
at this sort of thing.
I mean, I don't know if he wants to see me right now.
I could go?
Maybe that would be a better idea. I don't know. Things are complicated. I was going to tell him about William. I didn't think he'd find out that way.
I should have said something. I don't know very much about that sort of thing, so I don't know. I'm sorry. I should say something.
It wasn't your responsibility. It was just unfortunate circumstances.
Do you want me to go talk to him then?
I think that might be best. I mean, if he wants to talk, I'll wait out here. There's a nice looking bench over there. I'll go sit over there.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
You start hearing a heavy hammering sound coming from inside.
Okay. I mean, I'll knock.
You hear the bellowing. Oh, come on in. We already got a beer. It's gonna be a late one tonight.
I go in.
All right, so I think tonight we can definitely finish. But Miss Mira.
Hello, Magnus.
And,
good evening.
You can see he's kind of sweaty.
Right?
He has like, yeah, it's like after sundown, like decently after sundown.
Just double check.
Like 9-10 o'clock at night. And he's got like all of his cloaks off. He's just wearing like a simple thin shirt. It's kind of sweaty. Which is, given how cold it is, it's surprising that he's still okay with this. And he's got what looks like another shirt tied around his head like a headband. And he just, What are you doing here, Miss Miro?
Oh, well, I mean, Chester came by today and he said that you were going to have lunch.
Yeah, we ended up having lunch. He came and found me at work, and we went out and had lunch. It was late. It was more like a dinner.
Okay.
I don't... What time does it specifically change from lunch to dinner, Miss Miro? Is that like a... some people tell me like 2, some people say 4. I'm not actually quite sure.
I'm sure Mir would know some etiquette answer. But I don't.
Neither do I. Sorry, I can't help you on that one. And don't get me started on brunch. I still not exactly sure what that is. But what's up? Yo, we could use some help, Miss Miro. We're finishing up like building this door frame, and let me tell you, I have broken so many boards trying to put this in.
Well, I'm not sure how long I should stay. There's just always something going on now.
Yes, there is. I mean, any motions to his apparent project. There's a lot going on, Miss Miro.
We just wanted to, I wanted to make sure you all were all right since you never came back.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Miss Miro. It's a busy one. I'm probably just gonna stay here. We've got some beds. We're building up some barracks up on the 2nd floor here. So, you know, trying to expand out and start, like, you know, I'm part of an initiative that's retaking the dregs out here on the west. This is going to be like our first setup. And we're gonna start rebuilding them and turn them into housing again.
That sounds nice.
Yeah. I'm not sure what an initiative is, but they said that's what I am. So, you know, I'm an initiative. Initiative Magnus guaranteed? That doesn't sound right. But yeah, we need something to work out of, so we got this place, and I'm kind of in charge of the overhaul of it.
That's cool.
That's
Mira would not say cool. That was Alex slipping into Mira.
Yeah, it's coolio, dude.
Shut up. I'm glad that you're doing some work. You enjoy it?
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's... If it gets rid of the dregs and gives us a city back, I mean, that's worth it.
Good. I'm glad.
Did you want to stay out here, Miss Miro?
The indecision is in character, I promise. Well, I guess I just, I mean...
Oh, Magnus is always fine. You got nothing to worry about, Miss Miro. And he, like, comes over and gives you a hug.
I'll hug him back. I just wanted to maybe let you know, if you wanted to talk to Frey, he said he would talk to you.
I mean, it's fine. There's nothing to really talk about. I mean, look, Mitch, I wish he would have just told me. I mean, the leading me on was kind of a dick move, but I get it, I guess. I mean, I don't, but I'm gonna say I do because I've been told that's the mature thing to do. So I get it. I don't get it. It's fine though. I got all kinds of things here, so it's fine. I'm sure I'll see him around. I'm just busy.
Well, I mean, we'll probably be leaving in a few days. I don't know, probably not tomorrow, but well, I guess you weren't there for the whole thing. That we have this job we're going to do, and it'll probably be a while, a few months before we're back. So.
Wow. Oh, I mean, you will be back though. I'm confident of that. You always come back.
Well, hopefully it doesn't take me so long this time.
I mean, I'll take a month or two over a decade or two. I don't know, you always come back. But you go. I got work to do here, and plus, I mean, all my buddies are supposed to be bringing a big keg for us. I mean, I forgot that. Miss Mira, you don't happen to have any tankards on you, do you? Glasses? Bottles? Anything?
Look down at my clothes, not carrying anything, fancy dress, whatever.
I forgot them this morning, so I'm just, we're gonna be drinking out of the keg, so it's gonna get really messy and stinky in here, and we're all gonna smell like beer, but, it helps the work go by faster, so keeps you warm, too. So.
Well, I won't keep you, I suppose. I do want to hear, everything that's been happening, like with Alice, and if you've heard anything from your parents or Judith or anyone before we leave, but you seem busy, so...
Yeah, we'll definitely go over it, Miss Mira. Maybe tomorrow. We'll see.
Okay.
He, awkwardly just, holds the door open for you, waiting for you to go.
Okay! I'll go!
You have a good night, Miss Mira. I'll be back tomorrow to the house.
Okay, I'll see you then. I guess I just, go back to Frey. He seems okay, I guess. He's just, working.
Is he upset?
I mean, Mira knows him. Does she? What does she think?
Give me a wisdom into it. He's. You said he seems okay. He's the least okay person on the planet.
Well, no. I mean, I think he's trying to keep busy, so... I mean, you know how you keep busy when you don't feel good? So that you don't think about it? I think that's what he's doing.
Well,
Go ahead.
Well, I'm glad he has something to keep himself occupied with.
I mean, I told him that you would talk to him if he wanted to, and I just...
I know it must be tough for him. Maybe it would be best that William and I get a room somewhere else.
Maybe... I was never very good at this sort of thing, no matter how many books you read, I don't know if I have those kind of feelings, so it's very confusing for me to understand.
Well, if he feels like he has to stay, he can't stay in his own home all day because of things that might make him feel unpleasant. I think it'll be best.
Sure. I mean, whatever you want to do.
He gives a He gives Mira a small smile. Thank you for talking to him. I'm glad that he's doing as well as can be expected.
Sure.
Yeah, so I guess they'll head back to the guaranteed estate, and then Frey will talk to William about getting a room somewhere else.
It is probably too late to find something tonight with ease. Would you still want to try and do it tonight, or wait until the morning?
And come to the inn where I'm hypothetically fucking Lawrence.
Okay, but is that a nice inn?
No, it's a...
No.
I would say, like, it's a 2-star. It's the, you guys have been there. No, it's not nice. Well, Frey wouldn't think it is. It's, like, the quarters is owned by the Grubmaster, Wilbur Temple.
I was absent for the very first session for Toonie Soul, but I do vaguely remember.
Yeah, the quarters is the one where you guys, I believe, tried to sneak Henrietta into the room.
Yeah, I have no recollection of that. But yeah, so Frey, I think. Yeah, I think he would try his luck at getting a late night room.
All right. The only place you'd probably be able to get one and not be... Let's see here. Destined Estates. Which is like super high-end business. Like they rent out entire townhomes.
Okay. How much would that go for?
The very nice ones, which are up to 4 stories, go for about 10 to 12 gold a night.
What about the next ones down?
After that, you've got the smaller ones, which are normally 2 stories, sometimes 3. They go for... Now, there are discounts if you're doing guild business or if you're going for extended times. Like, it's not like they're just insane price gouging. But since you're presumably only staying for a day or 2, they are going to run you the next cheapest at about... The cheapest ones are about 3 gold a night.
Yeah, let's go with that. The 3 gold a night.
Okay. All right. And you and Abney stay at Destined Estates.
Okay.
Otherwise, is there anything else anyone wishes to do for the evening?
Not that I can think of.
Stress clean.
All right.
Stress clean all night.
Eventually, night gives way to morning, and at first sunrise, Samar, you awaken with a horrible splitting headache.
Do I heal and lose
You
some system
gain
strain?
2 system strain back, and you heal, was it your hit die? So, 5 HP.
Is it my hit die? Okay. Nice. Cool. Well, I will heal myself, if only to make sure that I don't have any frailty if I had that.
Wow.
Cool.
And like that, the pain in your head, the pain in your hands and arms, all goes away. You feel like a new person.
I'm back up to 9 HP.
Yep.
Yay!
Crazy. All right. All right, back to 9 system strain. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna walk out.
Right.
Crawl out, whatever.
You crawl out, and you can immediately see there is a bunch of glass right in front of you in the crawl space.
Can I get rid of it? Can I grab like a 2x4 or whatever that we're around and just try to like push it out?
Yeah, you kind of shove it away. It crunches and makes some horrible sounds as you're kind of like, some of it like gets stuck between the broken boards here, and you're able to shove it away though.
Cool. Then I will crawl out. I'll take like a small piece of wood or whatever with me so I can push stuff out if I come up on anything else.
You crawl out to what looks like an abandoned entryway, foyer, living room or something, and across from you, the morning sun is coming through a broken and mostly boarded up large set of double windows.
Okay.
Next to it is a doorway with no hinge, no door, no nothing.
All right. I will. Well, first I'll give, I guess, Garrett a call. I've been talking with him about this, so.
Yeah, I would definitely be up.
I mean, it's like 4 or 5 in the morning. Like, Samar went to bed, like, early as fuck, so...
But Garrett would be up. He wouldn't
yeah.
have been sleeping well
That's
through the
fair.
whole thing.
Yeah.
Okay. If not, then I would also try Mira, who I assume would be awake, so.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you talk to multiple people?
No, not at once, I don't think.
Okay.
But I could switch to Mira instead, or I could do it again to.
Yeah. Samar's the
okay.
switchboard.
Okay. No,
Yes.
I knew we discussed it that I couldn't talk through Mira through Samar. It would have to be to Samar, who then has to switch. Yeah, I just wasn't sure if Samar could talk to both at the same time or not. But no, I get it.
So
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I will just let you know that I am up. I'm feeling a lot better because I was able to heal myself a bit. And I'm in some, I don't know, rundown place here. I like describe what I'm seeing, and I'm like, I'm gonna walk out. So hopefully everything's safe, but I will head to the inn as discussed. Yeah.
Oh, good.
And then,
This is on the phone, right?
yeah. I mean, I don't know who I'm talking to, but whichever one of you
I
it
assume
is.
you'll give it to both of them.
Presumably it's
Yeah.
me.
Oh yeah, if I can do that, then great. Yes, perfect.
I ain't sleep.
Yeah. So
That's
all
for,
right.
That's for
Beautiful.
You
flesh
guys, you make your way back. You are somewhere far north, the edge of the dregs, and find your way back to the city proper. The guards hassle you for a bit before letting you in, as you do look like a homeless transient. But eventually you are allowed in, and you make your way to the expected meeting point. That is the inn that Lawrence is staying at? You said?
Yeah.
Okay.
The quarters.
Yes.
Yes.
As you roll up there, it is just after sunrise. Is Lawrence an early riser?
Really depends on the day. I think he lost a bit of his early rise with having idled here for a few months. Earlier than some, not the earliest.
Okay.
It's at 6, you said? 5? Or
Yeah,
something?
it's like just after sunrise, so like no later than like 7:30 when Samar would arrive.
Probably 7:30 is the earliest he'd be up, if not
Yeah.
8. Maybe
Okay.
he's...
So, yeah. So as Samar reaches the I brain farted on the name really bad. One second. The quarters. It is still early. There's not quite a lot of activity here, Samar. But for the rest of you, it is a welcome moment of knowing that Samar seems to be okay and was just dumped. What would happen to them, who fucking knows, but they were able to survive it. And you were all able to figure out at least what the hell was going on, kind of. More questions than answers, as tends to happen when you investigate and get arrested and are all split up and can't get together and form a plan. And, well, it'll be another day next time as we, here in the risen sun of another morning, end tonight's session. Oh boy.
Well,
I had so much stuff that I prepped that I thought you guys were going to get to.
Yep.
And then the entire session was spent with Frey breaking up a family irreparably.
And Samar getting interrogated.
Lawrence giving some good advice, and Mira trying to help with a veritable train wreck, while Garrett desperately tried to get Samar out and really couldn't.
Yeah.
But everything's okay now.
Yes, everything's fine.
It's fine.
There's definitely not going to be any negativities coming from one of the most influential and powerful people in the city being told that he needs to abandon his son.
I don't care about that, Robert. We care about the other thing.
Right, because that doesn't directly
Towards
involve
us,
any of
right?
the characters.
Yeah, that definitely will not affect you guys. Frey isn't known by first and last name by this person, and a lot of his guards who, have to know him to be able to trust him to go in there.
Yeah, it's
But he believes Frey, right?
We're leaving soon. It's fine.
yeah, it won't matter. It won't matter.
What if I failed my secret read omens roll and it gave me the wrong answer?
And it was actually like you
And
have
I
to
just
stay
always
with
forget
him to
that.
prevent him from becoming a dictator.
Oh.
Listen, the important thing is it doesn't matter. You won't know. Whatever you said, you believe it's the truth.
That is true. I believe it's the truth.
So, you spoke that world into existence. Like, whether it's
Salty
true or
and
not,
carried
the
big
kid
stick.
is going to have horrible amounts of pain and then, might be happy about it in the end.
Oh my god.
Also, I mean, hypothetically, he should never know if you were wrong because he's supposed to just leave his kid and not ask any questions. So, like.
Well, he intonated it more as send the
he
kid away.
stays and finds out you're wrong.
Yeah.
Then that's on him.
You think he's not gonna, have, someone with the kid who's going to give him, weekly updates? That's funny.
But
I
why?
mean, even if he does,
why?
what is-
Why can't Frey ever have good readings?
You tell me! You get good rolls, bad readings. That's what you get, Ronnie.
Can't
I
have
don't know
everything.
why. This is why you have to fake the readings. When they're real, they're fucking depressing. But then the one time you faked it and I had a real one prepped, it was the most romantic shit ever with Abney.
Oh my god.
I believe Adarsh had an after dark.
No, he got the answer to
Just the
that.
potion, I guess.
Yeah,
just
it
to
was
knock
going
out.
to. It would knock you out, and essentially, it was a Romeo and Juliet potion. There'd be no way to tell that you weren't dead for a few hours.
Huh. So is this where I would have ended up regardless?
You were gonna end up here regardless.
Okay.
You just ended
I
up
mean,
in a lot worse shape for it. They didn't know about the healing, so
Okay.
yeah.
Fair.
If they did, they probably cut off one of your hands. So yeah, it's a good thing you didn't heal yourself.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you to Garrett on that one.
Garrett saved a hand there.
Yeah.
Yeah, the idea was to make sure you never forget how badly you fucked up.
Yep.
Anyway, I found the trash
we should
can
all
issue,
look
so
at
I'll have that fixed for next week.
Yay.
Okay, I'm gonna go to bed now, but this was fun, and I'm looking forward to next time, and maybe we'll get on the road.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Like I said, I have stuff that I thought you guys were gonna hit tonight that you might not hit for 2 more weeks at the rate you're going.
That means you don't have to do any prep for next week.
Yeah, that definitely no prep. That definitely doesn't give me more time to add other interesting shit on the way. The longer you give me to prep, the weirder the shit's gotta be. So,
Perfect.
until next time, gang, have a good one.
All right.
Bye.
Good night.
Good night, friends.
Have a good night.